No need for subtitles. No need. It's just a demonstration for a feature, so.
So I'm a full-time thumbnail designer, and I use Magnific AI for AI upscaling, which kind of does this really magical kind of last 2-3% of realism effect to it. So you generate it with Midjourney, or in this case, now Grok, but you can then plug it into Magnific, and it does this crazy pixel for pixel AI upscale that just makes it look so photoreal. I'm a huge fan of it. It's $40 a month. But yeah, I just played around with it too. I made Elon Musk look like Wolverine from X-Men, and it did it. It's not flagging it for any copyrights.
Yeah, actually, also, guys, try to shorten the coverage of the cat as much as possible because it's not the best one. So yeah, just kind of primarily focus on that.
This is very good. I'm really impressed with the quality of it. Holy cow.
The image quality is better than Midjourney. Holy fucking Christ. I mean, it did generate a cat with a third limb. I was about to say,
this is game changer.
So I can cancel my Midjourney.
So wait a second.
Yeah, we're all paying for X Premium anyways, right?
That's wild.
Who cares?
So hold on. This
Midjourney too.
is made by this is Flux One, right?
Which is open source, right? Am I right?
Open weight.
It's open source for now, but
Open weight. It's open weight.
What? I don't understand. Sorry.
we have this little joke that we always say. So you know what? You obviously know what Hugging Face is that correct?
Yeah.
Your mom is so fat that not even Hugging Face can store her weight. That's the joke.
Okay, no, but there is also a difference.
We're just fucking around.
There's also a difference between open source and open weight, though. So basically,
Yes.
with open source, it would be replicatable, so someone else could basically do the exact same thing and come up with the same
It says
model.
Rock 2
Open weight is when they basically just put up the weights and they're like, "This is how we made it." So they don't tell you anything about the process itself.
Understood. Copy.
Right. But I'm checking Based Labs, the creator of Flux, and they've got some weird things on their website.
Weird.
Do I have this right? It's made by Based Labs, right?
I don't know. I was watching a YouTube video about it yesterday, and there's a bunch of different websites that offer it. I don't know who the origin is.
Yeah, Flux, Black Forest Labs. Oh, Black Forest Labs. Okay. Yeah, I saw some weird ass things from that website. Okay, I see. It's made by Black Forest Labs. Okay.
Leave the beginning part in, Adrian.
Yes, because it shows a picture of dumb titties.
Yeah.
Blythe, how did you figure out it was made by Flux? Because I remember I heard something.
Grok 2 Mini Beta, so I guess that's what it's called at the top.
So it's kind of weird for me. For me, it's still using 1.5, but it can generate images.
Interesting.
Do you have Premium Plus?
Yes.
Well, then I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, so it says Grok version
I applied
1.5
to be
is.
a beta tester, so maybe I got in. I don't know.
Oh, how do I?
Oh, yeah.
How do I apply to be a beta tester?
I have no
On the
clue.
XAI website.
Yeah, it's on the Explore page right now. I see it on the side. It says Grok 2.0 enhances capabilities with image generation. Trending right now.
Okay, so
This is just one hour ago. Doge designer tweeted it out an hour ago.
Oh, nice.
This is fantastic. This is a big deal. I work with AI imagery every day. I'm going to start.
Yeah,
I'm going all in on this. This is
Yeah,
fantastic. This is fantastic. I'm already paying for it.
Exactly. So you already have like image generation. That's crazy.
I just love. God, I can't get over how freaking amazing it is that Elon did this. Like, he doesn't need to make any money. So like this whole platform is just for us. It feels like he doesn't care about profit. I mean, yes he does, but like there's just so much that's happening with this platform that's so exciting. Because
Well,
he's
you can't. I think that's the wrong way to look about it because
Sure.
because he needs money to sustain this platform either way. He can't just unlimited throw unlimited money at this platform and make it lose money all the time.
Of course. But like I've been on Twitter since 2008, and there's been more happening on this platform in the last year than the entire
Right?
time that I've been on it.
100% agree. I 100% agree. I use this platform now more than ever. Right? I didn't use Twitter. Now I use X. Right?
Yeah.
Same.
So I'm gonna reply to your tweet with this magnific upscale that I did. That's really cool too. With Grok.
Sweet. Dude, it's really fucking good. Like,
Wait, which part do you want me to cut out of this again, Adrian?
I'd like this to kind of limit status when I was right. Okay, so the typing elements, like, try to reduce that as much as possible, like, just to, yeah. And kind of the cat thing as well.
How's the performance?
The speed is faster than Midjourney, like much faster actually.
I'm not talking about the like performance.
Quality, you mean then?
No, I mean I know Flux is better because I saw those realistic looking images are from Flux. I know, but I mean like the actual Grok 2 model. How much better is it?
No, we'll still have to fix this one out. Okay, let me test something I've done before, but it hasn't really done. Flying cat, Lamau. That's why. Yeah. Okay, look, I don't know. Okay, I'll test it on something else. Can't think of anything to test it on right now. When I write something, I'll do something. Yeah,
I replied to your post with a little video animation showing the result, and then with this magnific AI upscale tool that I use, and you can just see it enhances the details and stuff. But that combo is just insane. Those two tools combined, you can see that. But I'm not.
Fuck it. Let's put it to the test. Let's put it to the test, man.
What the fuck? So Greg Yang, which is the co-founder of XAI, tweeted out, "Our little sus boy all grown up and shit."
What?
Our little sus boy all grown up and shit.
That's amazing.
Well, hold on, I'm gonna pin this at the top.
We're gonna do this. We're gonna ask Grok what the fuck that means.
Elon's
Actually,
been-
I can't do that in the space. Actually, no, I can! Because they put it at the top now. Much great.
Hold on, I can't pin at the top, so I'll send it to you, Adrian.
No, I already know. That's what
Yeah,
already.
Elon was talking about this on the Jordan Peterson conversation quite a bit. Talking about Grok and how 2.0 is going to be great.
Your rating is good. The speed is insane. It's like it has the speed. It has the quality of Llama. Actually, it has the quality of ChatGPT. Has the verbiage of Llama, which is nicer, and has the. Wait, I can't see Wiggle. Hold up. I'll make you co-host right now. At least I made Grok. I don't really care what space it was. Okay, lost the way.
Yeah, I'll bring Wiggle up.
Yeah, this is big.
I just got Grok 2. It just changed on my
congrats,
on my
dude.
page.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm able to generate even though I'm still on Grok 1.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I was also able to generate while I was on Grok 1. But it's literally just now, as I was on the Grok page, it refreshed itself. and then it was like Grok 2 is released.
The frequency of mind-breaking outcomes. Wow, it's crazy.
I'm gonna ask it how many R's are in strawberry.
I tried the memes, but that needs work still.
Oh my god. It's better than it answers better than ChatGPT.
Yeah, I use ChatGPT AI image generation constantly. This is absolutely better. This is absolutely better than
Yeah,
characters.
way better, way better.
More accurate. And there's no restrictions on it. You can do you can use celebrities' faces, and I
Yeah.
assume, are they doing NSFW as well?
Ask
I
it for
assume
dead
that-
titties, and that's your answer. The answer is probably yes.
I mean, yeah.
Let me ask it right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the dystopia.
Oh gosh.
Okay, let's see here. Then the actual fuck is this response? Hey, that's correct. That's actually the best answer. Gives you an interesting answer. Yeah.
Well, no, they don't generate any NSFW ones. I guess they'll generate like kind of lewd ones, but not NSFW.
Is that sadness in your voice?
No,
That I hear?
no, I don't. I don't.
He
use
sounds
it.
angry and sad at the same time all the time. That's
I'm-
normal. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's me. That's me normally. Yes.
No,
That's
He's a psychopath. Sorry, sociopath. My bad. So, like he takes sociopath in the way that's better. Like it's like Sigma male grinds it if it was actually real. Look, I'm
Yeah,
memeing.
but-
Okay, it's not my fault.
Yeah, but if you don't know me, this is literally how I sound like all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's him. That's default. That's default Auto.
I confirm.
Fair. Yeah, this is my first time speaking in the space, so I appreciate you bringing it.
Ah, great. I'm glad to have you. I love it. There's actually many first timers who come to my spaces, so this is good. Good to have you, man. Hope to see you around more frequently. Just like jump in whenever. The conversation is always open. So if you want to talk about anything in general, yeah,
For
that's
sure.
cool stuff.
Yeah, man.
Good moments all around.
Thank you.
Good night, dude.
I assume
Yeah.
unstable is gonna rip out whatever censorship is in.
Yes. I'm sorry. The super crack laugh came out of me. It's not my fault.
But it doesn't look like there's any like other than like the NSFW shit. Doesn't look like there's any restrictions. Like you can make us celebrities, right?
Yeah. Good.
Public
Go
figures.
nuts. Go nuts, man. Go nuts.
Hold on, let me try.
I
Let's make
remember
one.
Nancy Pelosi said that Kamala Harris should be on the should be carved into the.
A picture of Barack Obama synthesizing super ketamine. I'm dead. That is so fucking good.
Oh
That
my
is
god!
so
It
good.
generated me an image of Nancy Pelosi.
These are live reactions that are so damn good. Absolutely. Oh my god. Yes. Absolutely yes.
I wonder if I wonder if the people in the background are real people.
Ah. Interesting.
So
It's either that or they are
it
hallucination.
it generated Nancy Pelosi, right? But there's like a bunch of people behind her. I mean, and I don't know if these people are real people. Yeah, so other than NSFW, it doesn't look like it has any restrictions. This is good.
Very nice. Good. Very good. Very good. Based.
Based.
Does yours say Grok 2 Mini?
Yes.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, mine
Yeah,
says
that's what
Mini.
mine says. Mini beta.
What the fuck? Why is there no Grok 2 page? So when I click on Grok 2.0's release and I click on read more, it takes me to looks like you stumbled on a deleted scene. There's nothing to see here.
Well, it's the humor that would disappoint. Dude, I'm gonna start posting like crazy about this shit. You don't even know.
Yeah, I posted the meme it generated
Wise, how are we going?
about Biden and the plane.
I got it trimmed. I just have to place it onto the phone frame.
Sweet. Good job.
What's the,
Placing it on the phone frame is basically keeping the phone frame itself in lock position, so you just kind of drag it into there, put the screen recording on lock, and just include everything, including time doesn't matter.
what's the like code
What's the
word?
context window? What's the context window?
I have no fucking clue. Ask it. I think the context window is like similar in size to what's that thing called?
Oh my god, it has coding.
Yes, it does. Of course, it does. That's literally one of the options that it asks you whether what you want to do. Hey, what do you want to do? You want to invade the universe? Ask it.
I thought it would just be Python.
Ask it to build something in assembly, and then
Hold on, I'm asking it to write something in Rust. Live reactions.
I'm really impressed with this because you can have such a nice human conversation with it rather than knowing the code words that you have to do in Midjourney. You just talk to it.
I know, dude. That's so fucking true. That is so fucking true.
It's like, like I just did one. I was
Okay,
like, no,
so-
remove
so the
this.
coding-
Whatever.
The coding still has like some issues.
Aren't the servers based in Memphis or something like that? Did he talk about that? I think Grok is based in Memphis, which is 2 hours from me.
Yeah,
Wow.
it gave me the exact same. It gave me the same exact response for strawberry. But yeah, the code itself, like, it's structured very well, but it still has some issues. I wonder if it's better with Python.
Here, check this out. The strawberry test. Open it up at the top. That is good. That is actually really good. I like the fact that the strawberry test actually worked out. Because most AIs actually struggle with that, but Grok really takes the cake with this one. Yeah.
Interesting. What's the
I love
issue
it.
with that question?
Sometimes they say that there are more.
Or less.
Yes.
So a lot of AIs, they can't figure out the strawberry test, so they'll say less or more R's.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Here's another test I did. Really realistic image of a woman. Very photoreal. Very impressed.
Yeah, but I don't think that's really fair to like say is made by XAI. That's just Flux.
Yeah, that's
It's
true.
by
But
the-
it's still nice. It's still
It's
very
by
good.
it's by the original creators of Stable Diffusion, which left the company.
Isn't that ironic?
Really?
Yeah, so Stability AI, if you know Stability AI, it had like a bunch of people originally working out it. All the original people left, and they started this company. And they made Flux. So Flux is actually built by the original people behind Stability AI, which made Stable Diffusion.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You have to be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, so for code at least, well, I guess since it's a mini, I can't compare too much, but for code at least, Claude is still the best.
Yeah, I'm inspired to do like a little breakdown video on all this and post it because this is a big deal.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, this is unfortunately this space is kind of unrecorded. Except I don't know, Blaze, are you recording the space, or is that not what you're doing at the
Yeah,
moment?
I am. Yeah, I'm recording it.
Okay, cool. So if you want like snippets of the live of what we're doing here, we can actually, if you wanted to include that.
Yeah, for sure. This will play really well from. I have a majority thumbnail designer community following, so this is very relevant for our niche. So this is great.
Awesome. Here's a little clip for you. David, can you generate, David, can you generate something with image and something with text inside of the image? Because I'm just doing this right now, and basically I just said space, give me like an image of planet Earth and SpaceX written at the bottom of it, and actually generated that, wrote something into the image just like that. That's actually kind of cool. So that works too.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't have any like upscaling yet, like what Midjourney has, but so you have to take a different tool to do this as well. So, yeah, which of course you have. So that kind of fits in. You can create a workflow out of that. I wonder if it's good for graphic design. Let's see. Say SVG or something.
Oh wow. Yeah, I just did a generation. I said have a man holding a cardboard sign that says "I love Earth," and it nailed it. Perfect. First try.
And the first try.
And the fingers look good. That's what's really surprising me.
Yes. Yes.
Dude, this fucking thing is really good. This is really good. This is actually better than Midjourney. Okay, let's fuck around with the aspect ratio. Let's do that next, because I feel like that's something. Okay, generate an image of Mars.
I gotta step aside for a second. I'll be right back.
Roger that. Generate an image of Mars in the 16:9 aspect ratio. Sending. I think it will still give square, but we will see. Unfortunately, it did not comply with that, so it still just does squares, but it's fucking good.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll add that eventually.
Yeah, it's really good, and you can actually polish just with words without parameters specificity.
I think you can probably generate on the actual flux, right? Itself.
Yeah, could be.
Okay, I finished the thing. I'm just exporting.
Dude, this is good. This is really, really good. Nice.
Do you want blur in the background or just black?
I think black is better because it's more specific of how usually tests and such are demonstrated. So, yeah.
Okay.
AI girlfriends are about to go crazy.
Oh my fucking god. I had to simultaneously love and hate you for your takes. How they. Yeah, dude, I think literally everybody starts now using this thing. This is like a good asset test too for like a product launch because this is going to be peak usage, I believe. So it's really good to see how Roll's performing. Thus far, like the generation output speed is just much higher than anything that has come out before. So
I tried like compound, commands like
Yeah, can you do
generate a
multiple
cat and then
images?
take the same cat and add something to it, but it still doesn't it doesn't have recursion yet.
I wonder if you can generate like multiple things like simultaneously, or there's a limit on that.
True. That's actually a really good question.
Yeah, so there doesn't seem to be any continuity with the character. So I asked her to generate me an image of an old woman eating chocolate chip cookies, and then her drinking old milk, not milk, drink an old woman drinking milk, but the same old woman. It generated a different old woman.
Yeah, no, the linking of just like this, when you're having a communication with a grok, it does not stitch together the individual commands most of the time, and especially not with this thing. Like you can tell that they're somehow separated because it's like almost like as if you'd have to keep a record. And it was sometimes what happens is the entire request sheet is like sent back again. So
Right.
Okay, I posted that thing in the clips channel in Discord.
You have a Discord?
yes, I do. We call it the gamer server. I'll refine it to something else, but yes, I do have a Discord.
Is that open or no?
It's kind of closed, but if you'd like to join, I'd give it to you. You're gonna hang out in there if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's up to you. So.
You get it now? Because we play a lot of games in there.
Oh
Yeah, whenever we have time.
I'm a pretty much a Nintendo Switch nerd. That's all I play. I've got 3 kids, so we play a lot of Switch.
Nice.
I wonder if can you upload an image as a reference and say, like, here's my reference image, generate something from this. I wonder.
That is a good question, actually.
I don't see an upload.
No, you can't. You can't.
No.
It doesn't look like you can, no.
Okay. That's fine.
Unless you're talking about Flux itself. Are you talking about Flux or Grok specifically?
Specifically Grok. Yeah.
No, it doesn't look like you can, no.
Okay. Well.
I assume you can with Flux.
It's so funny. People like give me. It's so funny. People give me like the wrong prompts. So an interesting way to successfully do to the strawberry test for any AI is to actually use proper grammatic expression. So in that case, I say how many times is R found in strawberry. That is actually a grammatically accurate way of prompting the AI. If you prompt it inaccurately, then it actually gives you wrong answers because it's somehow, I don't know, it's almost like it has to do some additional workload to kind of take what it is that you're saying and come up with something that's closer. So sometimes so someone wants to roast me with this, and they're posting an image of how many times is R's found in straw. That's incorrect. It's grammatically incorrect. So it says 4 in that case, right? And if you look at others, they don't even show you the prompt. So that's the thing.
Wow.
So if you wanted to, I don't know. What the fuck is that?
So, I don't think 12 billion parameters is enough for Flux. Still need some work.
I just replied to the space here with something that I do on a daily basis. I generate images on white backgrounds for my thumbnails, so that way, Photoshop's edge detection tool is able to very quickly, cut that image out so I can use it as a layer. And so I said, generate a shark on a white background for graphic design, photo real. Gave me a great image, and then I ran it through my AI upscaler, which is that full res image. If you look at that,
Yeah.
it's a nice combo, those two.
Dude, this looks like actual 3D. That's fucking great. I love it.
That's what I was trying to tell you about the Magnific. It's just a fantastic tool. because
looking at it.
basically all AI generation, although Midjourney is getting much better now, honestly, but almost all of it has a bit of a CGI look to it, and once you run it through Magnific, it just becomes instantly photoreal. It's really a magical tool. It's a little pricey. It's $40 a month, but you know, it's a tax write-off for me. I'm doing hundreds of thumbnails a month, so. But this is game changing for me, guys. Seriously, I'm a full-time graphic designer, and this is I didn't even know this was happening. So thanks for thanks for showing it to me. This is great.
I didn't know it was gonna happen either. Holy crap!
Yeah, I heard it from Danny. She texted me in the DMs.
Yeah. So when do you think we'll get the full Grok 2.0?
I don't know. I hope it does.
Dude,
Well, actually, so if you go to Grok, the first page says like X Grok 2 enhances image generation, and if you click on that, it basically says on August 14, 2024, X launched Grok 2.0, an update to its AI model that introduced image generation capabilities.
Yeah, but it's Grok 2 Mini, not the
Well,
actual.
Yeah, it doesn't say mini here, but yeah.
I'm using the actual Grok too. I don't see many.
Mine says Rock 2 Mini Beta.
Yeah, that's mine as well. That's mine as well.
Actually,
Try a coding question. Ask it to make you a calculator on Rust.
Okay, I'll try it.
No,
like
I'm asking Adrian because I'm trying to see if it. He said he has Grok
yeah.
2, not Grok 2 Mini.
I'm sorry. What do you want me to write?
Calculator in Rust.
Please build me a. Please write code for a calculator in Rust. Okay, it's writing things.
On the blog page, it says they are releasing the two models, Grok 2 and Grok 2 Mini. Grok 2 is our state-of-the-art AI assistant with advanced capabilities in both text and vision understanding. Grok 2 Mini is our small but capable model that offers a balance between speed and answer quality.
How do I share this? Oh, sorry. Okay.
So they collaborated with Black Forest Labs and experimenting with Flux
Yeah.
0.1 model.
Yeah.
So
Just copy the Rust code. There should be a copy button. Just send that copy code to me.
I don't know about you guys, but I really was not using Grok at all, and I think this is going to change everything.
Oh,
for me.
dude, 100%. Yeah. Like, Grok was not good quality when it first came out. It was fun to play with because, it's direct integration with X and the ability to create news stories. But in and of itself, I don't think it was compelling enough. But now it definitely is. So this is really nice. I'm having a great time with all this.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Same.
I wonder when we'll get. I guess when we, as in me and Blythe, will get Grok 2 itself, not Mini.
Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah.
Bingo. Found it. Fucking wiggle. No, how to here, Grok link there.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I like straight program here. Yeah. I'm just like doing many things at the same time. As you can probably tell by the echo. So, what do you think? Does that look good?
I gotta look at it.
There it is. This would be like. This would be fun for like a live stream.
It's a weird time to do it, right? But
Also true, yeah.
do you take that in consideration? I guess everybody's on different time zones, but I guess most of my audience is U.S., so I try to post around daytime. But
Partially. It depends on what's on. So, say for instance, if there's something that is happening that I think is really important, then if you post about it, then people who are awake at that time kind of interact with it as well. And people
Sure.
that are potentially even in different time zones may interact with that as well because it's the thing that's currently trending. So, for me, I would say that the engagement, of course, is much, much better during the. Sorry, I'm looking at a reply right now. Sorry, yeah, so engagement at around that time, which is daytime, wherever you are at, and if your audience is based in this area, then yes, of course, it will be much better, but it doesn't really matter too much. Even the engagement later on in the day of a post that you've already put out can just start spiking because, people now who follow you will see it again. So, yeah.
Understood. Yeah, I didn't know if they ping you on time of upload and people don't see it live, but I guess the algorithm's smart enough to suggest later when people are awake. A good friend of mine, Nick St. Pierre, he goes by the name Nick Floats, is kind of a mid-journey
Oh, yeah.
expert here. Have you talked to him? Has he come on?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, yeah,
cool.
it's been many times. He follows me. I love this guy. He's awesome.
Yeah, he's fantastic. I remember a couple of months ago was saying that Midjourney, and I think he has some insider conversations with Midjourney. Apparently, they were in partnership with X, and he just tweeted out, "What happened to the Midjourney partnership? I'm sad." So I guess just didn't work out. But the speed of this is faster than anything I've seen. This is the way it generates images is blazing fast.
Yeah, and I like Blaise asked if it has threads to do multiple like parallel generation, but if it spits out so quickly, I don't know like what would be
Doesn't
the
matter
use
that
case
much
for
to
it.
do
Yeah.
that.
Also, I'm not seeing any
Okay,
like
Adrian, this is actually interesting. So your code is not like the code you wrote, like the code so the code that yours wrote is like technically better than the one that it gave me. So I guess you do have the 2.0 model. Mine would be the mini.
Oopsie.
I'm also not seeing
Not
like,
Elon, everyone. I'm not fucking Elon. Don't even start with me right now.
they're not keeping track of like how many things you're generating either. So like, is this literally just an unlimited like because usually they keep track of GPU usage or you have a limit on how many you can do, and Midjourney's based on how much you use.
It doesn't
So-
appear to be any sort of limit at all, but
So that could be dangerous for bots to like start just really cranking out all sorts of weird images, I guess. But
Oh yeah, dude. That's only
so-
if you like already like gained access to Grok, and that costs you like you have to basically get Premium Plus, and if you start doing bots, then I guess it's like easy to shut that down because you
That's
can
a good
detect this obviously. So it becomes
the
prohibitively
question
expensive
is-
to do actual damage like that. I think.
The question is, why does Adrian have Grok 2 and we have Grok 2 mini?
Really cool, I guess.
probably just they liked his answer better on the,
I think we all
on the
know,
application.
I mean, he has more followers than any of us here, right? So I mean, maybe there's a threshold. I don't know, but
Could be. Or Elon just wanted
to Yeah, give it that-
to his
This could be, yeah. We're in the early pool, it seems.
you just hit
That's what Blue
100K.
Scoble would always say.
I'm no longer in the early pool, but you gotta be with the cool kids.
Fucking some shit like that.
yeah, perfect.
Dude, I'm loving this. It's so damn good.
Cool. Yeah,
The UI is really clean. I like it. It's nice.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Dude, the absolute fucking best. Sorry, Blaise, is the how are we doing on the
in there.
yeah
It's in the media channel on Discord.
Eclipse comms?
Yep, it's been in
Swag. Ooh, that thing looks so clean.
them titties.
Okay, so I have the video where we are testing the image generation feature. Oops, sorry. Fucking awesome. I hate the Please stop. Okay, there we go. I can't do anything if I hear myself speak. It's like a DDoS attack on my brain.
Same.
Oh yeah, same here.
So
I
confusing.
guess when you're on the phone and you can hear
Is it
yourself.
Like there's like Grok 2.0.
Yeah. If it's like somebody else, it's kind of easy to ignore. But if it's like you're like, oh my god, it's a fucking me. You know?
Trying to talk over yourself, and you're like, wait, this is wrong.
Exactly. So, What the? Right.
By the way, mine says Grok 2.0.
Oh shit. Okay, so I'm in the mini beta and you're in 2.0. Huh.
He's really cool. Everybody go fucking harass Brozak and DMs for outputs.
Brozak,
kidding,
what the
obviously.
fuck? You fucking traitor.
He's got everybody dog pylon. David, what would you
Actually, Elon.
Wow. I see we're doing that now. David, can you what would you recommend for a title of this? Because I'm just like about
For
to
what
post Yeah, so we tested the image generation for Grok, and it basically turned this into a kind of video on the phone. So what would you say? Would you recommend for this as a title?
I mean, it depends on how clickbait you want to go, but you know, my first thought is, I see it all the time. Mid-journey is over, right? Like, or you know, this is the future, or you know, what was the one I was seeing the last couple of days?
I guess comparatively, this is a very small model, bro.
Yeah,
Right, so this is only a 12B model. So it still doesn't have some things right. So if you, someone just sent me an example of like generate me an image of Donald Trump and Elon Musk, and it didn't get Elon Musk right.
What is
Yeah.
wrong?
Damn, Blaze, you're fucking efficient as shit in the speed of the turnout on this. Holy fuck.
Thanks, man.
Lightning speed over here, dude. Okay, so I'm just going to use the titles just saying the basics, testing the Grok 2.0 image generation feature. So I think that's like very nice and simple, sweet.
Yes.
yeah. Grok now supports image generation. You know, like because it is so new.
Actually, I think other people can then quote post that and add that. I think that would make it better. So, like, I always like to start with basic things, so I become the media source for people. So
Yes.
Okay. I'll quote post it.
You know, I don't know if you want to add powered by Flux. You know, I don't know, but there's also, you could do a story on this. You know, the rumors of Midjourney in talks with X, and now it seems that's not the case. That might be an interesting story as well to tell.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes, what have?
so basically, Jimmy Bob from XAI tweeted out, there's one singular metric for startups reach escape velocity. Team Scrum R is absolutely cracked and is moving at a ludicrous speed. So it was so basically this weird ass AI was popping up on LM right? And it turns out it was actually XAI, so Grok 2. And it's on the level of on LM it's on the level of ChatGPT 4.0, Gemini 1.5, GPT 4.0, and Claude 3.5.
Okay, post it.
Overall.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Yeah, so I sent you that, Adrian.
A separate post that could be like, freedom feels great, or something, you know, like freedom is great, and then showing all these different generated images that are not allowed in other services, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I love the first thing that you see in this video, so I pinned it to the top, is literally titties.
Yeah.
Nick is here.
Thumbnail.
Nick is listening right now. I don't know if you want to bring him
Oh,
up.
sweet. Yeah, bring up Nick Floats.
What's up, Nick?
I'm gonna add Wiggle, I'm gonna add you to co-host, we'll bring up Nick Floats. Actually, hang on, let me
I don't see him anywhere.
Wiggle, you deal with this. Potter?
Yeah, I'll find him.
Dude, this is amazing.
Oh my gosh, somebody did an image of Donald Trump kissing Kamala Harris.
I saw that. You disturbed bastard.
Yeah.
No hate, obviously. I'm just saying it's hilarious. Oh my god.
I think it's okay to hate that image.
I believe so too. Yes. Yeah. Some dissatisfaction can be voiced within that. Of course, we can. That's just remarkable.
Hey Nick, any comments on Grok?
I've only messed with it for maybe, I don't know, like 10 minutes so far. But I mean, it's dope that they integrated image generation into it. I'm just bummed because they had been talking about a Midjourney partnership. I know that David and Elon are tight, and I don't know why I didn't get into this. Maybe it was just a like speed of implementation type deal, and they just didn't have it all figured out yet. Or maybe they're waiting for like a V7 release before they do something within Grok. I don't know, but I have a feeling that it's still going to happen, just not on the initial Grok release. That's my feeling.
I mean, I think something that is more open would be in line with XAI's mission. Midjourney is kind of closed.
Well, Midjourney had been talking about they've been forming partnerships with multiple AI labs, and XAI was one of those labs. There was several that they were talking about, but David had mentioned in office hours multiple times that they had been talking, and he had been talking with Elon about a potential partnership there. So I'm not sure. I mean, the other thing that I'm thinking of in my head, the interface within Grok is like more aligned with Chat GPT and like DALL-E, where it's this conversational sort of workflow. And it's sort of like a single shot deal, right? You get one image, you just ask for what you want. But Midjourney as a tool obviously has a much more robust feature suite that lets you do a lot of different things. And perhaps they didn't want to have like a Midjourney Lite version that would function within that interface because it's not like the ideal user experience. They're pretty protective over the user experience. So maybe that's part of it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it is very limited. You can't input anything as a reference. But it is fast. Nick, have you played with it? It's very fast.
Yeah, I was generating a few things. It's super fast. It's just a single image too. It's not that much faster. I use Midjourney in turbo mode. So in turbo mode, it generates a grid of 4 in like less than 2 seconds. So it's not
Yeah.
that much faster. It'll generate even faster if you drop the quality in Midjourney, so you can run it like quality 0.5, and it'll generate twice as fast. It uses half the GPU minutes, but it is pretty fast for a single image gen. I was trying to get it to like essentially like edit an image that it already had generated, but it didn't really seem to understand that. I had given it a prompt and then said, "Oh, can you add this into it?" And it kind of tried, but not really. It's very similar to the DALL-E experience with image generation. Um, Although DALL-E also has, I think a few months ago, they had released a sort of update where you had additional drop downs like for aspect ratio and stuff. The default aspect ratio seems to be 3:2 in Grok. I didn't measure it exactly. I'm just kind of like guesstimating, but it seems like it's 3:2 in Grok. I haven't tried asking if it can like generate a square image or a different aspect ratio or anything like that. Let me try that right now, actually.
That's a good point on everything you're saying there. I just think it is obviously democratizing. So many people are going to now have access to this that don't have access to Midjourney just for the sake that they're not paying for it, and it is a language-based image generator, so you don't have to know special prompts and code words and whatnot. I think it's going to really be great for the community.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely like a easy entry point into Flux without having to run it locally on your own or like know of some third party uh, hosting solution. So if you already have the X Premium, you can just kind of go in and do it, which is cool. But obviously, it's not like image generation is a priority for a Grok or for a ChatGPT or for any of these um, larger models. Like, it's just kind of a thing that's included within it. So I doubt there's going to be any sort of feature updates to the image generation side. I highly doubt that's a priority. It seems like they just said, okay, we're gonna put Flux in there and it works, go for it. Like, and that's probably how it's gonna stay.
Take a point.
I highly doubt it'll become like a professional tool in any sort of way. But it would be good for like quick meme type stuff, or if you just want like a little illustration or a cartoon type thing to go with a post, it's gonna be great for that type of stuff. Uh, or just like stock photography type stuff that you might put on an article. It's gonna probably be super useful for a lot of people in that sense. But it's definitely I highly highly doubt it's going to become any form of professional image tool with editing features and like any sort of robust parameters or uh, like unique ways of editing or manipulating the image. I highly doubt it. But maybe,
For sure.
maybe eventually they do integrate with Midjourney and they have a more robust sort of feature set. I don't know. I'm hopeful still. I hope. I think it would be sick if they like even if they had like a variation button or something when they generated an image or they generated into a grid and then you have these ability to like run variations or upscale. Even something simple like that would make a big difference. Not even saying like, you know, in painting or remixing or like all the different parameters and things that you have within a Midjourney. Like that would probably be overkill for most people. But just like to have options and like be able to run variations would be like a simple 2, 3 button interface that I think would actually make it a lot more fun and interesting. So maybe they do something like that. But I also don't know if that's like I haven't messed around with Flux enough to know whether or not those things are possible within within the model. Like I'm pretty sure you just have to like run a new prompt, but you can't run like a variation on an already generated image. Yeah, I mean, maybe someone has built that into like a tool that they have where they've integrated the model, but yeah, it's not something that's like on by default. You know, it's just how many images do you want, how many steps, like levels of inference, and like go for it.
I'd say, like you said at the beginning, this is a great version of like the ChatGPT integration of image generation. I find this actually faster and better than Chat. So I think in that way, maybe killed that potentially. Certainly not Midjourney. Yeah, like just look at Nick's content if you haven't already. The level of detail and complexity of that tool is incredible, and that's the
Yeah.
Photoshop of this world, you know.
Yeah,
And
exactly. That like Midjourney is a full on like they've done a lot of things to make image generation like really robust. They've created this whole like style space. There's billions and billions of different like style codes that you can add. There's all these different parameters with different values. You can mix and match images, character references, style references. You can run variations, remixing. Like it's a very robust tool that has a lot of really unique workflows that you could dig into, and it definitely is the more like professional solution, right? Uh, Not to say that someone can't build something like that on top of Flux. I'm sure it's possible. It hasn't been out long enough for somebody to do it. But even within like the Stable Diffusion ecosystem, there are tools like Leonardo is one that started to build out like a more robust feature set um, for generating images within those models. But yeah, like I don't think like DALL-E I doubt DALL-E is gonna get an update. Like I don't see why there's any point in like ChatGPT or OpenAI expending resources on an image model when they have voice, when they have like Sora and video. Those seem to be like much higher value for like their audience. So maybe this does sort of cannibalize that DALL-E ecosystem. I honestly like I'm in my own bubble. I don't know how many people are actually using DALL-E on a regular basis, but
I don't use
I,
it.
I doubt it's like growing, right? It doesn't seem to be of any sort of priority. It's just kind of a thing that it can do.
It's slow. It's very slow too.
Yeah. It's nice that this one's fast. I also just tried to have it generate a square image. It doesn't seem like it can, or it's getting very, very confused. So I guess Grok is just doing the default 3x2, or maybe it's 5 or like 5x7. I can't fully tell, but it seems to be like one size fits all. Something that's like ideal for the feed, which makes sense. So it's cool. It's cool. I'm glad that they have image generation at the very least. At least it'll open people's minds to the possibilities of image generation. People who maybe haven't messed with it before, they're gonna get their first little taste of it. Maybe they'll start using it in their posts or like articles or for, blogs or whatever the hell they're using it for. And then they'll get they'll get hooked. They'll want to do more with it. And that'll probably naturally lead people into the more robust tools. So we'll see, but I'm still hopeful. I'm still hopeful that Midjourney will have a
Yes.
partnership at some point.
It's 4x3. I just checked. It's 4x3.
But yeah, it makes sense. It's like the ideal for a feed.
It's getting fingers really good. I haven't seen any finger issues.
Yeah, Flux is good at the sort of like realism, like iPhone circa 2012 type aesthetic. It does a pretty good job with that.
For sure. It's good to talk to you, Nick.
Yeah, what's happening? It's been a minute. Have you messed with the ChatGPT or not ChatGPT? Sorry, have you messed with the Grok stuff outside of the image gen? Have you played around and tested some prompts? What's working? What's not? What's good?
Some of us only have access to the mini. Some of us only have access to the actual 2 model. So it's like 2 different models.
Oh, I think I'm on the mini.
Yeah, I'm on mini as well.
There's 2 models. There's mini
Yeah.
and then there's a regular one.
Yeah. Yeah, so some people seem to have gotten the 2, and some people seem to have gotten the 2 mini.
Oh.
So I tested out. I tested out like the code, and then Adrian sent me like the one from the 2, and it seems like code and one the 2 is better, but it looks like it's still behind Claude.
Interesting. I have too many beta.
It says on their little blog post, Mini is our small but capable model that offers a balance between speed and answer quality. But Grok 2 is more intuitive, steerable, and versatile across a wide range of tasks. But it's not giving, in the blog, it doesn't say like how you get on one or the other. So I guess they're just beta testing. They're rolling it out,
So from what I can see, they outperform. Their own stat is that they outperform Claude on math, but everything else seems to go to Claude.
The only interface is through X, right?
Yep.
I mean, I think you can also get like an enterprise API.
Oh, got it.
I'm just on desktop. I'm not even on my phone. It's nice on desktop.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah, I'm using it on desktop.
looks great.
Yeah, this is so good. I'm really enjoying this.
This is awesome.
By the way, Adrian, you intended the sound, right, for the clip?
Yes. Yeah. I thought that was nice to have a little
Yeah.
additional liveliness to it.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
people watch it.
just checking. Yeah.
Mm.
Can it do like X specific stuff? Has anybody tested that? Like, make me a list of, the top people talking about Tesla or something, or like, is it good at any of this stuff? Like, can it actually do X specific things?
That's a great question. I've tried it to like write me great tweets, and it just sucks every time. So, but yeah, that should be its value, is that it's tied into the platform and it has real time access, right? That should be one of the reasons to use it. But I just did the exact thing. The exact thing you just said. Make me a list of the top posts on X talking about Tesla, and it's just pulling a couple of random tweets from just the last like 2 years. So I don't know how good that is, but I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm testing it now, but I don't know if it's real. Like if it's
Yeah, exactly. You would think it'd be a valuable tool as a creator on X. Like it's the best tool you can have to figure out how to make the most effective posts, but I just have not been able to have any success in that. I've developed a couple ChatGPT, things that help me with that are way more effective.
Yeah, I asked to get me the list of 5 most interacted accounts that I interact with, and it couldn't do that.
It would be so cool if it could be relative to you, right? Like, what were my top performing tweets this month, and where was the traffic coming from and stuff like that. That'd be so cool.
Mm.
Just better analytics through Grok.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, overall, this is great for the mass public. This is a really great way to dip your toe into it.
It's a good gateway too, because like what you mentioned, it's a good gateway drug. And this is only going to get better. That's another thing.
It needs to be able to have image input. I use ChatGPT all the time for like the other day I bought a card game at Goodwill, and I was worried that all the cards were missing. So I just spread all the cards on the table. There's supposed to be 52 of them. I just took a picture. I said, how many cards are on the table? And it was able to tell me you have 52 cards. It's like stuff like that is so useful. It'd be great if I could have image input. But we'll get there, I'm sure.
also like document input too would be cool.
Totally. I'd imagine this is all part of Elon's, long-term strategy, of course. He's openly said he's behind on everything, and he's very humble in his conversations about it with Jordan Peterson in that conversation. He's like, yeah, we're advancing it, but by the time we advance it, OpenAI is going to be ahead of us, and so will Midjourney. So, like, he's pretty honest about the fact that it's hard to keep up, but it's impressive.
This isn't the model that he said they were training on like their new GPU cluster, right? Is this that model, or is that something that's still in training?
I don't know the answer to that specifically. I do know he kept saying, Grok 2 is significantly faster and more efficient. So, but Grok 3 is going to be the like next level mind blowing thing. So maybe that's what you're talking about. But does anybody else know?
Me. Meme generation looks really interesting. Like it gets what a visual of a meme is, but I feel like the way that you need to prompt it is a little ambiguous. So hang on.
Yeah, I think it's good for templates, and then you would replace the text yourself, which is a good starting point.
It is odd that it's not good at X related things, like to say, hey, how many viewers were on the Trump space last night? Like, why can't I have access to that live? Is it just too hard for it to stay up to date? Like that, to be that real time?
Dude, the hallucinations with meme generation is actually kind of funny. It's so stupid. I mean, it's not good for meme generation at the moment, but I feel like it requires an actual thing, unless of course I'm prompting wrong. But yeah. Okay, well, actually, no, hang on. How many, sorry. How many people tuned in to view the Elon and Trump conversation?
Great job, everybody. I'm looking through all the replies to this space. There's a lot of great stuff you guys are doing here.
Dude. Actually, that's actually pretty good, the output for this. It says that the live concurrent viewers peak number was around 1.3 to 1.4, which is accurate. Total views, listeners varies across various sources. Exit claim totals of up to 60 million. Other figures mentioned as 22 million, with 157.3 million views of the space. Interesting. Post-event views totaled about 84 million. Yeah, so it needs to source. I think what needs to happen is, because it's sourcing data from X itself, there needs to be actually better data on X. So the data that's been posted is very conflicting normally. That's the issue that I see. So there needs to be potentially an accuracy rating system for individual posts as to what they're saying, because there's a lot of speculation, and I think that speculation actually leads to bad outputs.
Sure, yeah. What's the 1 billion number that kept going around? What's that coming from?
Yes, those are impressions of the post around it, basically.
Okay. So they're just trying to make it look fancier than it is, because that's just people scrolling past it. That counts as a impression, right? So
Actually, not entirely. You'd have to actually
Okay.
view the post. So like you're a few seconds on it. So if you've actually viewed it, that's when it counts as an impression.
Okay.
So it's just blatantly scrolling. I don't think that actually counts, but it actually counts in
Okay.
terms of like spreading it further. It's just like people waiting on it. So it's like unregretted user minutes. That's the optimization there. That's why if you scroll past it and don't interact with it after that, you actually, it's funny because if you just view a post, you'll tend to see more of it.
Yeah.
Like just looking at it for like 2 to 3 seconds. If you look at it for 2 to 3 seconds, or best even like 3 or something like that, what ends up happening is you actually see posts similar to that post that you're currently looking at more of, like you see it more frequently on your timeline. Say I'm looking at a post about Ghana politics, then the likelihood that I will see another post about Ghana politics is now likely. I'm just looking at it without even interacting.
Can I like thumbs down something if I see something I don't like, say something that's very violent and I didn't like seeing it?
Yeah,
Is there
just
ways-
click the 3 buttons and select uninterested. That's
Okay. Yeah.
was it. So scrolling past it actually is more effective, I think. Just like if you see something violent, just instantly scroll and interact with something else on the For You. That fixes it, actually. So my For You is very curated. I didn't see any violence. Even if it's like a thing that everybody talks about, I don't see the violence. Like at all.
I actually don't see a not interested button anymore. Is it? Is it
Yeah,
still there?
I don't see it either.
No, it's 3 buttons. Hold up.
No, but
Let me pick a For You post.
in the top menu you can select.
Literally, you see it.
Yeah.
No, okay, go to your For You, see any random post, click the 3 dots. Literally, the first option you see is not interested in this post. So that's
I was on my
Right.
following page. That makes sense. Yeah, I see
No,
now.
For You.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
so-
that makes
so-
sense. Yeah.
Something else I just realized, it's kind of cool. Anywhere on X, if you highlight text, there's like a little bubble that pops up that says "Ask Grok."
Yeah.
So you can like highlight text on a post and then you can immediately send it to Grok. That's kind of cool.
Yes, that's a fantastic feature that I saw. I think yesterday I was just like I was copying and pasting something and it popped up. I was like, oh, this is interesting. And then yeah, so you can, get more context about something that somebody's talking about. And yeah, it's very useful. I love it. Great feature.
I hope that Elon talks about like the usage because I feel like people are going to actually be generating a lot of images with it and like meme type stuff. And I'm curious like how many people are going to be using it for image gen versus using it like a traditional LLM. Because everything that I'm seeing right now is images everywhere. Everybody's posting images.
Someone sent me like an image generation of me and fucking is this the Giga Chad? What the actual fuck?
Wow.
Was it on point though?
That's hilarious. They all kind of vary.
But I generated a Biden meme, and it actually kind of almost makes sense.
It
Yeah.
hella makes sense. That's exactly how Biden speaks.
I just did a Taylor Swift with a MAGA hat, and it worked pretty good.
Wiggles already got
Oh
the
my
back
god, are
meme.
you serious? Oh, that's really good. Taylor Swift and a MAGA hat. You gotta post that. That's just instant rage bait. That's so good.
Do you want me to just post it on my just my feed? You think, or to your space?
If you want to. No,
I don't
on
know.
your feed if you want to.
Yeah, Taylor Swift just released her endorsement.
Oh my god, no, that's community nerds bullshit. Yeah, you can do it if you want to. I wouldn't encourage it.
Yeah, you'll
Okay,
get
yeah.
noted.
So Grok, yeah, I should say Grok AI image generation seems to be working fine.
No, just no. Just say what you just said.
What?
Image of Taylor Swift in a MAGA hat.
Okay.
I'm surprised that they don't have like a tag on the images saying that it was like made in Grok.
Yeah, you're right.
That's
That'd be
actually good.
free promotion.
True. It's just I think it would be kind of
I wonder if there's metadata though. I'm gonna look at the metadata.
ooh, good point. Good point. I think actually, when it comes to labeling of AI generated images, I kind of feel like it's better if you just label it in terms of posting. Like if you were to post it directly, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, you can post it from Grok, right? Like once the image is generated, there's a
Yeah, like you could post it directly from there and like have no other option to like download it otherwise.
Mm-hmm. That's nice.
That would be great if you had that. You just like post it directly there. It just has some sort of thing where it says, yes, this is
No,
yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'll do that right now. So I just posted the shark image from earlier, just straight. Oh, weird. It posted the prompt. It's just a link. It doesn't show the image. It's just a link to the prompt. You click it and then you see the image.
Oh no, that's just the share. Yeah, Grok Share does not have any previs, unfortunately.
Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna delete that. It's my birthday, by the way. I know it doesn't matter. I'm just a dude doing
happy
something
birthday,
about
bro.
birthdays, but
Oh,
yeah,
happy birthday!
34 years old, baby. Let's go.
Happy motherfucking birthday!
It's a good celebration. Celebration space. Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, sure. Anytime. We're having fun here.
Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, truly.
I would say birthdays are for girls, but I'm happy to.
You go.
Right,
girl.
here you go. Does the somebody recorded their screen of the oh wow. Yeah, this is great. Just multiple things at the same time. There's even an Ask Grok button now, which you can clearly see in this video that I've pinned at the top. Yeah.
Nice.
This is good. This is really good. This guy is nice. Nice video, my friend. Very good.
Wait, where's the Ask Rock button? Hey, can you see it on mobile?
On desktop.
It's only on desktop. Oh yeah, it's the same one when you highlight stuff.
Dude, this image though is lit. Look at this one. Dude, this is spicy. Please give us a labeling for the AI. Please. We need that feature on X.
I'm gonna pull it into Lightroom and see if it'll recognize any metadata.
It saves as a JPEG when you save it.
Yeah.
Isn't like when you save it from Midjourney, it's .png, is it not?
It's the PNG, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Actually better density too, isn't it?
It like you mean like general resolution, like pixel density?
Yes. Oh, I mean, generally, isn't the PNG better in terms of details and such?
Yeah, and there's a lot more like metadata that you can extrapolate from a PNG. You can like if you take a Midjourney
Definitely.
image straight out of Midjourney that you saved to your desktop as like a PNG, and then run it through like a PNG inspector, you can see everything. You can see the full prompt, all the parameters, like the job ID. They use like there's a
Dude, that's
ton of
correct.
information.
Mario just tweeted, maybe there's hope for humanity. And it was generated
Yeah, I
an
saw
image
that.
of George Washington, and it's just an image of just plain old George Washington. Then Elon gave it, essentially a thumbs
Kudos,
up.
yeah.
Yeah, kudos. Yeah, so
Nice.
fantastic. That is a good point, right? That we now have an image tool that is owned by a man who values free speech, right? So I mean,
Very good.
that is a valuable thing to consider here.
Well, I mean, technically,
Absolutely.
it's Flux.
True.
Yes.
But if something were to go awry, Elon would raise hell about it, right? So,
Mm. Yeah, exactly. I think this is yeah. By technicality, it's not, of course, developed by them, but yes. I mean, if we're gonna start seeing fucking black people come out when we're asking about the founding fathers, I believe that there might be some hell raised. So.
Yeah, I think
The only the next thing that will come out, I think, in terms of complaints from very many, will be the complaints that it. Hang on, what is this? Yeah,
Well,
that it just basically generates celebrities, which could then be an argument for impersonations. So I think what needs, like, honestly, with AI generation, there should be like a feature in the platform where you can user side just label yourself for this post as AI generated. So that could be good.
my feed is completely filled with images now.
Very nice. Yeah.
All of us crazy.
It's
late
funny
night.
though, because like if you even go through the little
Freaking
purple
engagement
pill, like,
farmers.
Yeah.
all the comments on here, like there's a very particular aesthetic that is consistent no matter what you're generating. Anybody else noticing that?
Yeah. Ask if we could potentially use a different style on it.
Here, let me try and do a little.
I saw one that had that really good like '90s like digicam style, Nick. You know, the one that's like a kind of that crappy, like point and shoot camera aesthetic. I saw that. That looked pretty good.
Fucking flying pigs. Oh my god. People come up with all kinds of things here.
Yeah, somebody's like generated an emo MySpace profile picture from 2006, and it looks super
Dude.
authentic.
Wow.
That is nice.
Oh, you know what's cool is I can highlight. Yeah, they shared their prompt. I can highlight it, and then the Ask Grok thing comes up. I just click one button, and then I'm able to then pop over and do my own version. That's cool.
bros that
Hey guys,
yeah.
we're gonna have a space again tomorrow at I think about 9 p.m. Eastern. Do we want to kind of just
Yeah.
I always host the space every single day at 9 p.m. That's when it starts. If you guys have time, do you want to like turn that into a Grok 2.0 analysis type deal? So we like look at what it is, kind of pour over it, examine it and such. What do you guys think? Do you want to do a bit of a breakdown space so everybody knows how to use it and weaknesses and such? Kind of like establish an essay for that because everyone's going to be posting everything across the timeline. So I think we need a little bit of order. So do you want to pour in together into one space, everyone?
Yeah, man, that sounds good.
Yeah, absolutely.
David?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to. It's my birthday. We're going to Irish pub, so we'll see what time. I'm on Central Time, so if you're, yeah, I'll have my notifications on, so I'll pop in if I can.
Awesome.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was a pleasure to meet you and all the other people here. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for
Yeah,
coming.
likewise. Come anytime.
We'll do. Good to talk to you, Nick, too. It's been a while.
Thanks, David.
Yeah, happy birthday, bro.
Thanks, buddy.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it's nice. Very social. I'm loving this. Oh my god, the entire feed is just turning into Grok 2.0.
Yeah. It's got that CGI aesthetic, Nick, that you're saying. That very plasticky, kind of early Mid-Journey look for sure.
Yeah, it's just like I'm trying to push it into like an interesting direction. It has a very particular look and feel to it.
I've been running it through Magnific, and that really sweetens it up for sure.
Yeah, well, because there's not a lot of like you can only get so far with words when you're prompting.
Yeah.
And this is kind of like the magic of Midjourney is this like whole idea of style space and the ability to apply styles from any image, blend styles, and like personalization stuff. So you can take things in really interesting aesthetic directions. And there's kind of like this infinite aesthetic space to explore. But when you're just working with words, you're kind of just limited to whatever the model's interpretation of those tokens are. And you don't have a lot of diversity. So even if you just kind of like inject it with a bunch of like cinematic, moody lighting and like atmospheric terminology, it still has like a look to it, like a flux sort of look to it, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Dude, the fingers are so good. Like I know we've been like saying this multiple times.
Yeah, they really
But
are.
the fingers are really good.
I'm really impressed with the fingers for sure. And then throwing it into a video, a video tool that can convert it into video is going to be great too. Seen a couple examples replying to the space. Oh dang, Bone GPT. You have a great Taylor Swift one. Holy cow, that's really good. Make America Great Again.
The one I just posted up, yeah. Awesome stuff. There's some really good people in the audience here. You guys are epic.
Okay, dude, honest question. So how interesting is like the meme generation? Like how long is it interesting for? Because I have a feeling like it gets oversaturated and it gets old rather quickly. Like there's always like a lower tier of imagery that's always going to be relevant and useful. Like I guess you can always make a topical meme, but in terms of like the stock photo sort of aesthetic, like how long do people run with that?
Yeah.
I mean, right
I
now
don't
the
know.
problem is the meme generation thing is not really working. Like you ask generate a meme, I mean it kind of works, but also does not. So no, it actually doesn't work at all. The meme generation does not work at all. I can't think of any way to make it work. Maybe somebody comes up with the next level prompt of doing so, but I
Wiggle
can't
it.
make it work.
But well, you can also like you can take that Taylor Swift wearing a MAGA hat image. Like I could consider that, you know.
I do think there's value in like for 20 years now, memes came from real, authentic, hilarious moments, right? I think there is a level of just humanness to a real moment that becomes a meme, And so maybe that's the disconnect that we feel when we see an AI meme is like, okay, yeah, that's a funny thing, but like, I'd rather somebody draw by hand a cartoon, that cartoon of the Grim Reaper going through each door and murdering each door. Like somebody drew that, it's a piece of art that somebody made. So it does have this level of humanness to it. But maybe I'm being way too uh, philosophical here, but I don't know.
No, it makes sense.
No, I mean I agree with that because I've been asking myself this question a lot with all the like TED Talk image that was going around of the woman that was generated in Flux, like standing on the TED Talk stage, that like blew up everywhere, and then people were making it move and like Gen 3 and everything. Like I'm seeing all this stuff and I'm asking myself, okay, but like so what? Like I'm like what is the point? What are you going to use this stuff for? Really, other than just like showcasing like, oh, this is AI, this is crazy. But it seems like all of the use cases for something like that are kind of negative, right? It's like this deep fake. People are like talking about, oh, AI influencers and all this shit. Just like bottom of the barrel, just like scum of the earth type shit, really, if you ask me. Like I don't understand I haven't fully wrapped my head around why it's useful beyond just the fact that it can be done and it's cool, but like really, what is it useful for? Do you get what I'm saying?
You're explaining Hollywood and CGI. Like there was such a period of time where like any movie could be made because computer graphics got to a point where you could do anything, and there was a bunch of crap movies that were made, and people lost sight of storytelling and heart and empathy and all that. And I think we're maybe coming back around to it with. I mean, if you've seen Godzilla -1, like that movie was made with such a small budget, and the storytelling is excellent, and the visual effects are amazing. But you don't think about the visual effects. It's just an amazing story. So until real artists start using these tools and thinking creatively how these tools can impact their storytelling, and still again keeping that human interaction, you're right, it's just like cool, okay, you can do that, that's nice, now what,
Well, it's also because there's this tendency whenever there's a new medium that emerges to recreate the medium that came before it as like an initial starting point before you actually figure out what the medium itself is good for, right? So it's like when TV comes out, we're just putting like radio shows on the television. Like we hadn't figured out the format yet. When we started like recording video, we're just recording like theater performances, right? Like we always kind of start there, and it seems like with Midjourney, they're honestly pushing it forward as like a new medium, right? They're creating like this style space. They're creating all these new ways of exploring aesthetics and blending aesthetics, and you could do things in there that you just like can't do with any other tool, which is what makes it so interesting. But with this kind of stuff, it feels like it's back to like, oh, we've created a model that essentially does what your iPhone can do when it takes a picture, right? And then we're all like marveling and ogling at that. But it's like the stuff that you might do with that seems to be negative. It goes like in this kind of deepfake territory, or it seems to be just kind of like non-existent, right? It's just like a cheaper way of taking a photo of a person that doesn't exist. So like that's where I kind of get caught up, which is with like the emergence of these new models and these new image generation things. It's like, how are they actually pushing forward the medium? How are they actually transforming imagery and aesthetics in a way that is unique and different than what we already have access to? And it doesn't seem like anybody that's building an additional model is really exploring or thinking of how to do that. I think like ControlNet and like some of the features within ControlNet are pretty interesting and probably one of the better things to emerge out of like the Stable Diffusion ecosystem. And like IP adapters and LoRa's, which is kind of like style transfer type stuff, is pretty interesting too. But beyond that, uh, if we're just kind of looking at like what Flux is within like Grok, it's just it's just like a little camera, right? Slash Illustrator, but there's no depth or complexity to it, which is fine, but it's like it can only serve a certain purpose. I don't know. I'm curious if like anybody has thoughts as to like what what we would do with like a tool in this current state beyond just kind of like shit post and make deep fakes of celebrities, you know?
I mean, it's just another AI generator, you know, I guess. Like, I'm already paying for X premium, so I could, in theory, if it's good enough for me, cancel other memberships. So there is a practical cost savings aspect to that if you're already paying for this, you know? There is that. Um, but yeah, I don't know. You're right. Apple's about to do their own generative AI built into iMessage with their next phone and next software release. So that's going to, again, open a whole new, you know, my mom will have access to it, you know? So um, this is just becoming a ubiquitous thing that is probably going to, it might become the next like version of emoji or something. Like people just use it to convey a thought or an idea. I don't know. But there is just this kind of plastic, false, synthetic feeling about every image that I'm seeing. You know, it's just synthetic. It's hollow, I guess you could say.
Mm.
It has big stock image vibes for sure. And just like the lighting, coloring and everything.
But to give credit to where it's due, Nick, again, if you guys have not checked out Nick Float's account, look at what's happening right now in Midjourney. I am just so blown away with the realism, with the beauty of it. It certainly doesn't have that feeling, though it is still AI, so there still is kind of a little bit of a disconnect and a synthetic feeling, but dadgum, man, it's getting so good now. And Nick's account is a must follow if you're not following him yet.
Thank you, thank you. Well, like this is what's so fascinating about Midjourney to me is the fact that you can push a concept in sort of like infinite aesthetic directions, right? You have this sort of infinite style space, this playground where you can take a very simple idea and imagine it across all these different varieties of looks and feels, and then you can kind of get somewhere and then blend that with something else, or you can remix subject matter into it and like insert things, and you can start to do really interesting stuff that you just traditionally couldn't do. Like there's no other tool out there that would enable you to do what it does. It just doesn't exist. And so that's interesting. That's fascinating, right? That's why you can like get lost in it and spend hours just generating and playing with images. You can't do that with this stuff yet. And there seems to be like tiers as to like what people are going to use like image generators for. And like at a low level, there's things like, stock photography and like headers for blog posts and shit like that, and like deep fakes or like emojis, right? Which just like the bottom of the like just like the shit, right? It's the shits, and you can't like take that anywhere interesting, truly. But it does serve a purpose, and I guess that purpose is to like replace a camera or replace a digital illustrator or something, which is like, okay, fine. But I don't know. I get mixed feelings about this stuff because I feel like the true potential here is in realizing it as a new medium entirely, right? And when you ask yourself, what do you want out of a new medium, like an image creation medium within AI, you end up in a much different place than like the ability to prompt a meme, right? You end up somewhere that is more artistic and creative. I don't know if these tools are ever going to allow for that sort of exploration. It's hard to say.
We're still so early, man. 10 years from now, where are we going to be?
Well, yeah, but you could say that about anything, right? Like
Sure.
it's more a matter of like what are like the medium attached to whatever the product is. Like Grok as a product obviously isn't going to be trying to lean into like the robustness of image generation and exploring the full potential of what it can be, because it's only a small piece of what they're actually trying to do. And what Grok's real intention is to like understand the universe, right? And solve fundamental problems. So this is very much just like an aside. It's why they're like partnered with them. We're partnered with Flux on it. It's not something that they built of their own. They're not building their own model, right? It's just like they're slapping it in there, which is great. It gives access to it. And maybe those models, and maybe Flux gets more capable and those capabilities kind of trickle down, right? But it's still going to be up to the product that's integrated with it to like surface those features and make those capabilities accessible to users. And it's unclear whether or not that's going to be a priority, right? Like I doubt there's going to be like maybe Flux will get an update and the model will get a little bit better, but it's not like the tools that are integrated with them are going to have all these features that take full advantage of all those updates. So like, I guess the real question is, when we think about it as like an image generator, like what is the point of it? Like, how far will it go? What will people do with it? Like, just based on what I'm seeing right now, it's like stock photography, memes, deepfakes. But maybe somebody will do something creative with it. I don't know.
Yeah, you raise a good point. Like, it's just a nice to have, I guess. But you're right. Like, what's the purpose? And I think you just listed it, to be honest.
Like, there's obvious purpose to building like a more capable LLM, right? Like solving fundamental problems that haven't been solved before that can push humanity forward. Like that's an obvious grand vision that you can work towards, and that's sort of the language that's been used to describe what they want Grok to do. When they've hosted those like XAI spaces, like that's the kind of stuff they're talking about, right? Solving humanity's problems, understanding the universe.
Yeah, and also there's value in the owner of this product, right? Like, if you compare it to the other products and what their invested interests are, there is value in that, right? Like, it's an image generation tool that is, of course, yes, it is owned by Flux, but ultimately the person who's in charge of allowing it on the platform stands up for free speech, and there's value in that, I guess. I haven't experienced any issues with Midjourney in a political sense. There are guardrails. You can't do celebrity memes, but I wonder how long that'll last on Grok. To be honest, it may not last very long. So,
Joel, what's up?
Oh, hey guys. Yeah, I think that was a really good discussion, actually, Nick, in terms of like, the basic uses and all of that sort of stuff. I definitely use it for that. I use ChatGPT. I use Unstability AI when I want to get uncensored. That's sort of medium level good, I guess. It's okay. And I also use I use other programs as well, but I think this one is super handy for the average punter. If you're on Twitter or X and you've got access to this, you can just when you're fucking around with your blog posts or whatever, you can just go in here and grab whatever you need and come back. So into Grok. So that's a lot easier than going into a whole different program. Having said that, yeah, the aesthetic. You can play around with the aesthetic. I'm playing around with the aesthetic right now, and I have actually switched it from like a photorealistic aesthetic to like a pixel art aesthetic. So that it is possible to like use different filters and so on and so forth if you get detailed with the prompts. I am experimenting with some modern art styles as well, so I'll let you know how I go with that. But just doing it now with some different prompts. So I know that there was a program I was using that could do pretty good, like modern art styles, like Picasso and stuff like that. So I'll see if it can match that. But yeah, I mean, as for the cheap and nasty variety of it, yeah, it is kind of. I mean, most people will just use it for random crap, which to be fair, I do as well. But yeah. So I'll let you know how it go.
Yeah, let me know. I'm curious because it should pick up things like pixel art or illustration, right? Or charcoal sketch or like specific mediums. Probably even if you mention particular artists, like you said, Picasso or Van Gogh or something, it should be able to pull that stuff because all of it is based on whatever is in the training data, right? So if the tokens match up to something, and it probably has a whole list of artists and like specific mediums that it could probably do. But the question is like the aesthetic diversity within those mediums. Well,
that's right. The fine tuning is to be fair, there was one that I was using where you could put like different camera filters. Like you could get really super specific with it. I can't remember if that was Unstability or that might have just been Stability AI, actually. I can't remember which one it was, but there was one where you could actually like do like mixed medium stuff and like really get detailed with the prompts. But I think, Midjourney sounds pretty good. I'm going to have to play around with that, to be honest. That sounds pretty exciting as well. So, but you just got to play with all the different tools and find where the sweet spot is for what you're trying to achieve.
Totally. And like, depending on the use case, Flux can, and even Stability and these other models can 100% get you what you need, depending on what you're trying to do. But if you're trying to kind of get more creative with it and more unique, it's really hard because you're limited to whatever the model itself is in the training data. This is also something that was the case with Midjourney until V6, kind of like, because you always had the image input, so you can blend images together. So if you had images that you inputted that had various aesthetics, you can impart them on the generations and use them as part of the prompt. So you weren't always constrained by like this text to image sort of pairing. You always had a little bit more that you can do with it, and then you also had parameters that you could tweak within Midjourney since like the very beginning. So you had things like chaos for like increased variety. You had things like stylize to determine like how heavy-handed that training data actually comes into play in the image generation. So there's always like knobs and levers that you can tweak. And without those, that you end up with like a very stale aesthetic, right? You end up with that sort of universal stock photography sort of look.
Which I kind of like. It was really cool the first time, but now your eyes get tired. Your eyes get tired of seeing that. You really want to muck around with it. No, I really appreciate that. That extra like tweaking parameters. But as you said, the training data is actually the problem, and not only that, but the training data will continue to grab data from AI-generated art. So it will become a massive circle jerk. If half the art in the world is AI-generated and is using that as a training data for generating more AI art, you can see how that would become a problem. And I almost think it's it's going to become a problem like rapidly rather than slowly. That it will become so self-referential that you won't actually. It'll cease to become useful because it is so useful, which is kind of paradoxical. But yeah, I can see that happening already, to be honest.
It also already is happening. Like these models use Midjourney images in their training data.
Right. Right.
But it also that misses the whole point because like the training data isn't what makes Midjourney special. It's like the stuff that they're doing outside of it. And so if you're just kind of using the Midjourney outputs to train these other models, then like yeah, sure you can get closer to like Midjourney type aesthetics, but you're not actually figuring out how to make it do what Midjourney does, if that makes sense. I don't know. I get bored of the sort of universally stock photo and like lack of diversity in outputs. I get bored of it pretty quickly, personally. Now that this is going to be all over X and everybody has like access to it through Grok, I'm curious how quickly other people get bored of it.
Well, it's like AI writing. Like the first time you use it, you're like, oh, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, it's got some problems, but maybe it'll generate me some lists and this sort of thing. And then you try and make like a whole article out of AI generated bits, and to be honest, nobody reads it because they all know that you can sort of tell that it's an LLM article, even though you're not entirely sure, but you sort of see some signs and you're like, oh, I've seen those words in that order before. And it starts to, and then eventually you're like, oh, yep, that was an LLM thing. Yeah, I don't care about that. I'm not going to read it. So I think, again, with writing, I think it is actually super useful if you want to use it as a research tool, like if you want to get specific like lists or references, or if you want to use it as a research tool, I think it's super useful. AI, in fact, I can't see why anyone would be able to. Eventually, you won't be able to actually research properly without it. I think it's a great enhancement in terms of actually writing for you. No, definitely not. Definitely not. It's not convincing.
Actually, I think no AI is convincing in terms of writing stuff for you. I just use everything as a data analysis tool. And so I still have yet to test this on Grok to see like how well it actually does with that. Because I like to extract data out of things, such as news articles that are usually full of garbage. So you need to take out all the quote beautifying text and then just kind of like read the summary of that. And if you wanted some additional details, you kind of pour through that too. But generally, I kind of made a data analysis prompt that's like basically made out of fucking 10 words, and it tells me everything that's inside of an article that I can read out in like 2 minutes. I could just like read the whole thing, and I don't have to deal with any of the hyperbole. It just like basically takes all the stuff. So yeah, really, really nice. And grammar correction is also pretty damn good. So yeah, I use it for grammar correction because fuck everything else. So.
Yeah, okay. So like go through my article and correct my grammar and make sure that it looks good.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. And then what this data mining aspect, so that's a prompt you use, like you filter the article through that, or do you run
basically
a program?
No, I just basically give it the prompt and I tell it to analyze. In this case, basically give it that prompt that is the analysis prompt. And then for Grok, it's a little bit different. For Grok, you need to include the text within the prompt itself. Like, so for instance, you say here, do X, Y, and Z, whatever the prompt says. And then below that, you basically put the text that it's supposed to do that too. Because it doesn't have the same function as ChatGPT does, where you can just like basically send the initial instruction and then send the actual request after ChatGPT says, please send me the text, right? Grok does not have this, unfortunately, not yet.
No, it doesn't, but you can do it your way, which I think, to be fair, like if you construct it properly, it is just as easy, really. I do like the GPT where you can refer to previous things on your list and it doesn't get lost in the weeds. I know that Grok does sometimes. It'll also do things like, at least in the previous version, it'll just repeat what it said for the previous prompt. So you have to actually clear it before it figures out that you're talking about something different. So I'm not sure if that's still the case, but I'm going to play around with that as well. And I'm super excited about Grok 2, though.
Yeah, same. I mean, when it comes to just kind of memory in chat, seems to be kind of difficult because if you look at the technical aspects of how it works, it just can create a lot of lag if you say have a very large chat. But this is like the chat history for ChatGPT, right? So you see the actual context of everything that's been sent, so it has to actualize by actually sending everything again. So it just is the longer the chat becomes, the laggier the interface is. And so I think the same kind of thing would then also happen to Grok, so they don't end up doing it at all. So yeah, it kind of I think it has limited memory, wherein it just abstracts what you've given it, and it just like includes this past a certain point, and then just like past a certain point, it just basically discards it all. This is something that I've seen happen quite frequently.
Have you ever logic bombed it as well? So that it just keeps it can do one of two things. So it can get itself in a loop where it repeats itself, or it can get itself in a loop where it if you get it to do something that's like a progressively destructive or constructive, like you get it to give you the most extreme version of something, and then it will actually give you the most extreme version of that thing and then make it more extreme and get into a loop where it's just making it more and more and more extreme. So I found that hilarious that you can actually logic bomb it and get it to do really weird shit on its own. It just repeats ad infinitum. So I don't know if anyone else is playing around with that, but I do enjoy getting it to do that. But that might be a bit of a sadistic side of me. I'm not sure.
That's actually kind of funny because I think what you're doing there is there's a function on top of these input takers. So basically for ChatGPT, for instance, it works this way. And I've actually gotten ChatGPT to admit this to me, which is funny because you can actually prompt it to kind of go in a recursive loop and prompt itself, which effectively it actually always does with all of your inputs. So if you give it a question, what it then does is it takes a question and then just analyze, just kind of like gets the data and then reprompts itself to essentially filter what it has given. So the actual jailbreaking aspect is to confuse it out of actually doing the step. So that's like how most jailbreaks actually work. So this thing is something you can actually then also kind of reverse engineer by making it just prompt itself and outputting constantly. So yeah, that's kind of the logic bomb if you think of it that way. I was like, wait a minute, can you like define logic bomb? I was like, okay, now I get it.
Yeah, exactly. But man, I mean, to be honest, like that sort of stuff for me is like almost philosophically interesting. Like, and how far will it go in the future? And how, is this actually something that needs to be safeguarded? That logic bomb in AI, the recursive nature of that is that actually going to create problems in future with computers, with robots? Who knows, right? So I find that fascinating. Like, are they going to write it out? And if they do write it out, does that limit the capacity of the original algorithm? I don't know. I actually don't know.
Sorry, I had to write a comment there. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah,
the image generation thing is really cool because I actually thought they were going to do a direct partnership with Midjourney because that was kind of like dropped in the past at some point. That was going to be a thing. So I wonder how close this is to David Holtz in a sense. So I wonder because those two kind of interact often. So I'd assume that potentially David Holtz had a little bit of a hand in this. So yeah.
Do you think that because it doesn't have obviously video capacity yet, neither, to be fair, does DALL-E or GPT-4 or quite a lot of the programs, but do you think that's something that will come in a future version?
For Midjourney, yeah, they're working on a
for Midjourney, yeah. But in the context of Grok, I don't think so. Not yet. Okay. That'll come much later because you need something that's like on top of that takes this. So yeah, I mean, who has the best image generation model? Probably none of them are open source in terms of weights, at least.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's fine. I'm happy with just seeing it evolve and grow, and I love having it on the same app. I think that everything app concept, I'm actually for that. I think that could be really cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna
take image generation. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, go, because I'm about to fucking rant for a second.
Cool. Yeah, I think for video generation, that should be very interesting. And I still also remember the one time where they dropped that 3D. That would be a thing in the future as well, where you'd have actual 3D environments. That is something that I'm actually looking at. So video generation is kind of cool and it's nice for cinema and everything, but to generate actual 3D environments, especially with the same quality and lighting and such that usually Midjourney comes with, is insane, especially for game design and potentially even just movies in general. Because I feel like the major aspect for movie creation, especially around CGI, is creating that type of environment in which then you say place any types of characters, right? Let's say, for instance, you have this thing what is the organization that does this? I forgot what they do, but they have this thing that's called the medium. CBS, yes. CBS has this thing that's called the volume. What it is basically a real set, a practical set, or just a real set, which is surrounded by a bunch of OLED screens. So what happens is you get realistic lighting. So you have the actual 3D environment that is then tied to the movement and display of this environment is tied to how the camera moves, and that is how all of their movies actually look so good. So if you see like the latest seasons coming out, like for Star Wars, Star Trek, all of those from them, actually the lighting looks really fucking good. That is because the lighting is actually real, and the set is also actually real. But you still have to generate a 3D environment. So I imagine what that could be like for just generating 3D environments. That whole process would then be made much more inexpensive in a sense, right? Because generating 3D assets is a fucking pain in the ass. But there you go, Nick. There.
Okay, so let me give you the alpha on all the stuff Midjourney related to the 3D and the video stuff, because just so people who are unaware of who I am, I attend every single Midjourney office hours every Wednesday. I have for over a year. I always get on stage, I always ask questions and have conversations with David, the CEO, and so I know a lot about this. So here's the first thing: 3D is going to come before video when it comes to Midjourney. But when we think 3D, you have to sort of disregard what you think of 3D today. So they're not going to be outputting, model like 3D models. It's not going to be, polygons and meshes. It's going to be more akin to like a light field or like a Gaussian splat or something. But they're actually developing their own 3D file type, their own format. When we think about what Midjourney is going to be and what their vision has been since day one is a real-time interactive 3D sandbox. Meaning you're going to be able to step into Midjourney, and just like you're imagining images, you're going to imagine entire spaces, entire worlds. And you can be in there collaborating with somebody, and those worlds are going to be personalized to you. You're going to be able to, maybe make games in there. Maybe you'll be able to like shoot movies, but it's going to be a new medium entirely. So it's not going to be like a method of generating assets for like traditional 3D development. That's not what they're planning to do. It's not what they're going to support. The reason why 3D is actually going to come before video is because the early stage of 3D is actually much more easily accomplished than consistent, really high quality video. So what the initial 3D is going to be like is going to be like an upscale to 3D. So you're going to generate an image, and then you're going to be able to upscale to 3D, and then you're going to be able to move around that image, sort of reorient the camera, reorient yourself within the scene, push in, push out, get like a low angle, high angle, all within like that scene. So that's going to be sort of like the first iteration of the 3D. Now that's not going to be interactive, right? So the whole plan is they have kind of like this 3-stage plan. 1 is kind of get the 3D model out. 2 is to get the video model out, and then 3 is to get the real-time model out. Meaning, I can draw a brush stroke, and that is translated in real time to Midjourney, or I'm just prompting it, and in real time I'm getting those changes. It could also mean that I can maybe take an image and say I have a person in that image, maybe I can highlight that person, essentially segment them, drag them to another place in the scene, and the scene dynamically adjusts lighting and everything, and shadows and materials and textures. It'll adjust based on me moving it in real time, right? So those are the kind of things that we're going to be able to see initially with the 3D is sort of jumping into our image. I don't know if you guys ever watched Blue's Clues, or if this is a super American millennial thing of mine, but it's like blue skidoo, we can do, and he jumps into the painting. That's probably what it's going to be like to initially start. Now on the video front, they're hesitant to release a video thing because there's some like fundamental problems with video generation and consistency that have like yet to be solved, and they don't want to put out anything that is like equal to or at the same level as the existing models. And if you used any of these models, they kind of suck for the most part. And interestingly enough, the thing that they're most commonly used for is image to video, and what people are doing is they're inputting Midjourney images into these video models to make them move. So Midjourney is still a huge part of like the Gen 3, of like the Pika, of these video model workflows, because people are using them as like the driving images, Luma, Dream Machine, etc. So we're going to see 3D before we see video, and what the eventual vision is the 3D sandbox, the interactive 3D sandbox. And the closest thing that I think exists that you can probably look up and get a comparison of what this might look like is a thing called Dreams. And Dreams was a program, it was a kind of like a game, but it was like its own little sandbox. It was released for PlayStation. And the team behind Media Molecule, who developed Dreams, is actually the people heading up the 3D side of Midjourney. So it's going to look a lot more dynamic, and it's going to be a lot more like this sort of light field sandbox. It's not going to be polygons and meshes and everything. But yeah, we're kind of at a stage right now when we think about image generation. There's kind of a phase. There's kind of phases that I'm seeing play out. One was like this implementation of like style space. So being able to kind of take this sort of billions and billions of styles that are individual styles and release this sort of like aesthetic universe that you can apply to your concepts. And then it's essentially infinite because you can then blend any of those styles together and you can get new styles, etc. You could also use any image as a style, and Midjourney understands the aesthetic of that image. It decouples the subject from the aesthetic, and it's able to apply that aesthetic directly to your prompt. But you could also just isolate the subject, and you have things like character reference, where you can then pull in, say, like an image that you input. You can pull that character into new generations and stuff. So they've kind of separated out style and subject. And then the next stage that they're releasing and that they have recently done is personalization, which is essentially understanding your preferences, your aesthetic preferences based on image rankings. So when you prompt something, instead of it being determined by like the training data in the model, you're fine tuning it with your own personalization, and whatever's left unsaid is filled by things that match your aesthetic. So it learns sort of like, do you prefer more illustrative styles or more like photorealistic styles? Do you prefer pink or do you prefer blue? But it's obviously much cheaper than that. And this personalization is sort of the thing that has been the biggest switch in like how Midjourney's aesthetics differentiate themselves. And from here, we're going to move into like more of this 3D sort of ecosystem where like the methodology and the practice behind prompting is going to fundamentally change, because we're going to have a sort of like literally a new dimension to navigate within this, like within our images. So we'll be able to do new things. You're not going to have to prompt for like a camera angle. You're not going to have to prompt for certain lighting. You'll probably just be able to jump into that image, dynamically adjust the lighting, dynamically adjust the scene, move things around, reprompt things into a particular area, and sort of compose and composite your image within that sort of 3D sort of universe right there. So once that kind of stuff is done, you can kind of see like the logical next step, which would be like, maybe if it's 3D, why can't I draw a camera path and like navigate a virtual camera within there and essentially like shoot a video, right? The only thing that's missing is like that dynamic interactive element. You want the characters in the scene moving, etc. So that'll probably come after that 3D. And I don't know what the exact timeline is on all that, but I would imagine that by the end of the year, we'll have a V7 release for sure. Hopefully we'll have a first taste of 3D. I doubt that we're gonna have anything interactive that comes from it, but maybe by the end of the year we'll have some sort of first taste at what like an interactive 3D sort of scene might look like in Midjourney. But I wouldn't hold my breath on that. I don't know if the interaction element's going to come yet, but that is sort of like the future, right? It's been described in office hours as like, imagine the storytelling isn't necessarily like Hollywood driven. It's more like you're sitting around a campfire with your friends and you're having a conversation, and as you have the conversation, like the universe around you and like the whole world around you is swirling and the clouds become mountains, and you see the cosmos sort of unveil themselves, and you're dynamically changing the scene just like through that real-time interaction. That's more what this quote storytelling is going to be like versus what we think of traditionally in like this linear Hollywood movie fashion. So again, it kind of goes back to my initial point, which is everything that they do is sort of in line with thinking of AI as like a new medium, and all of the things that they're releasing are with the intention of moving towards that new medium, not in recreating the mediums that already exist. So they don't really have interest in building towards business use cases of 3D or like Hollywood use cases of video. They're more interested in building the new thing, which is that interactive 3D sandbox.
So that's really cool. So could you see potentially because sometimes when you watch movies, you have other thoughts, right? So your thoughts digress off different paths, and you sort of think about, the context of the movie or maybe other movies that you've seen that are like that, or intertextual kind of references and stuff like that. You could almost see a nonlinear mythology emerge, could you not? I mean, you could have everything sort of linking to your imagination. So the more imagination you have, obviously the wilder the journey, as it were. Is that sort of what you're talking about? Like have a completely, that's just one way of conceptualizing it. But a completely different form of storytelling altogether.
Yeah, maybe it looks like that. It's hard to say, right? Because it doesn't exist yet. And
Yeah.
it's like with the emergence of any new medium, where it's almost impossible to predict how people are going to use it and what they're going to do with it. So maybe, yeah. Maybe that's a piece of it, but
Yeah, right.
It'll probably be that and more, and it'll
Something
probably
else.
be
Yeah.
weirder than we can imagine, But the whole intention behind it, from what I can glean from just listening to all the office hours conversations and being a part of the community for so long, is that the intention is to sort of develop an entirely new medium, an entirely new way of exploring aesthetics. And of exploring storytelling. And
Nice.
the way that that's going to come about is through the development of this interactive 3D real-time sandbox. And there's obviously a lot of work that needs to be done before that's realized. But there's sort of like there's steps in the process, which is develop the 3D model, develop the real-time model, develop the video model, bring them all together, and you have the real-time interactive sandbox. This is sort of the path forward that's been outlined, at least.
No, that's totally awesome. I'm down with that, and I'm super excited to see it. Obviously, Midjourney's one company that's doing it, but there must be 3 or 4 companies that have a similar idea. But eventually, obviously, that will coalesce or fracture, I guess, or both. What's the future for Midjourney? What's the future for the competitors? What's the landscape like?
I don't know. I feel like Midjourney's laid out their sort of game plan pretty clearly since day one. Everything I just outlined is essentially what they've expressed. In terms of competitors, it's hard to say. Like, there's not a lot of people who are necessarily pushing forward towards that specific vision that I'm aware of. Maybe eventually, when the sort of the models, the open source models are available, or maybe someone comes in and builds their own thing and competes with them. I don't know, but maybe somebody starts to piece things together to create something similar. It's hard to say. It's hard to say
they
exactly.
do something completely different. Yeah. Yeah, or they do look at those because I am interested from the consulting side, from the construction side, especially with businesses. Like, what can they do with AI moving forward? Obviously, they're so behind that some of them are still transferring their paper forms to glass, but the ones that are actually at the forefront, the larger companies, and maybe some of the smaller, more innovative companies. Well, I mean, a 3D environment for safety planning, a 3D environment for training, a 3D environment for even like doing like laid out maintenance of vehicles or something like that. I don't even know, or plans or something like that. Having 3D plans might be super useful. Um, that might be an interesting use case, and it could actually go towards that business use case, I think. But maybe not Midjourney, but maybe someone else, or maybe Midjourney and someone else, or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Midjourney tends to not really care about any sort of business use case. It's one of the reasons why they don't have an API. Like Midjourney doesn't have investors, right? And they like it's actually really interesting because it's it's more like spirit driven. It like as weird as that sounds, but it's more like, does this align with like what I spiritually am interested in doing? Tends to be
Yeah.
a lot of what decides the direction. It's like, does David, Midjourney CEO, spiritually align with this sort of direction? And when it comes to business use cases, he tends to shy away from them.
Right.
And maybe that's opportunity for other people, right? And I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people who are building those types of solutions, but I don't know if it's going to be Midjourney necessarily. Even on the video front, like Runway and like even Luma, Pika.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Like they're essentially sort of like building something that feeds into Hollywood and that feeds into the current way of producing like film and clips, and that also doesn't necessarily align with the ethos of what Midjourney is doing, based on what I can understand.
So Midjourney's kind of the purest, kind of the Steve Jobs of its time. Like, we've got a mission, we're gonna hit that mission, and screw the consequences. Sort of thing.
Sure, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I guess you can say that. It's just like it's not necessarily driven from like how do I make the most money standpoint.
Yeah.
And there's no investors, so they don't have like any sort of outside pressure that's pushing them in any one direction. They're just kind of doing what they want to do, and they are moving towards the vision of the open 3D interactive sandbox, and they're going to do what it takes to get there, and kind of everything else doesn't necessarily matter.
Yeah. It's like the holodeck of the future.
Yeah, exactly.
The Star Trek
the holodeck.
Yeah,
I want the fucking holodeck. We all want the holodeck.
I think everyone does. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it might take it might take a wee bit to get there, but you got to start somewhere, right? So I think that's fantastic. I think that's fantastic. No, thank you so much, Nick. I really appreciate talking to you, with you.
Yeah, you got it, man.
No, cheers.
I can rap about this shit all day. I'm not gonna go on my rant anymore because I feel like I've already been ranting. But the sum of my rant was essentially, I actually think that the Grok image thing is bad. I've come to the conclusion it might be net bad.
Well, that's interesting. Is that because it's just squeezing that particular aesthetic in there, or is that because everyone's going to see it and think that's the limit of what AI can do, or is that, what's the problem here? Because I'd love to hear this, Ran. I think Adrian wanted to hear it too.
Sure.
I think it's going to very rapidly lead to an oversaturation of dog shit everywhere. And that's bad. And maybe it just kind of dumbs down the quality of the content in a sense that you see in feed. But I also think that it's gonna kind of be a temporary thing because it's new, and of course everybody's gonna use it, and they're gonna put their posts and they're gonna do their thing with it. But I also feel like it's gonna fizzle out rather quickly, in the same way that like a Dolly sort of kind of fizzled out. When you have to have depth. You have to have depth, and you have to have complexity, and you have to have like creativity within these sorts of image generators for there to be any sort of long-term staying power. And not to say that you can't get there with a model like Flux. I think you definitely can, but it's going to be up to the product, Grok in this case, that is using that model to sort of surface features and build features that make the most use out of something like a Flux. And I don't think they're going to do that, and I don't think they care to do that because they're like, it's not necessarily their mission, right? It's not what their focus is. They're trying to solve like fundamental problems of the universe, and so that's top priority. So I feel like it's kind of just something that's slapped in there that'll be there. But unlike ChatGPT and DALL-E, it's kind of built into this social ecosystem. So it's going to spread really, really fast, and it's going to be everywhere, and it's going to be dog shit everywhere, and like deepfakes everywhere, and it's going to be bad.
I totally hear you.
I think that's largely already the case, and I think the algorithm itself kind of optimizes that out of the stream. But actually, the thing is this: I think it won't be dog shit. I think it will be fuck shit. And here's why. So imagine, for instance, you have the infinite memeability of an interaction such as, Elon with Trump. Now you can have memes about that. Most of those memes are going to be AI generated. Of course, the AI generated images of this already float around because people have used software that has similar capability to just basically deepfake celebrities, but you're also going to have that in different configurations. So I'd say rather, first, of course, is going to be the initial hype that I think will die down to essentially what I think is about 10 to 20% of the original hype that we're seeing right now, which is still rising. And then it will just be used as a kind of an offhand, to quickly generate a thing as a comeback, something that's funny, something that's stupid. That I think is what it will be used for primarily, because actually at the moment, generating something, it doesn't look particularly artistic. You don't have any control in terms of resolution. You have limited control in terms of styling. I mean, I've tried some styling, kind of looks okay. The quality itself kind of feels like version 2.0 of Midjourney, and or later. And well, I mean, you don't have any ratio control. That's annoying as well. No upscaling features. So being quite real about it, I think it would be great for fucking around, literally fucking around and finding out. And I've been seeing exactly that same pattern for DALL-E, except that DALL-E is really, really bad. I think DALL-E is like not so good at all. You can clearly tell whether there's a DALL-E image based on how bad it actually looks. So potentially, this could be a little different for things that are parodying reality. That's what I think it will be good for. Fuck shit. Parodying reality.
Yeah, fuck shit. It sounds sounds fantastic. I've just put up.
Not dog shit, but fuck shit. We're gonna rebrand. Damage control is all about rebranding and making a good situation out of shit.
But I have put up an image of Donald Trump as Elvis, and I've put the fat Elvis tag on there. So
Oh my fucking god.
apologies to anyone who's a big Trump fan in the house, but yeah. Sorry, not sorry.
See, deepfakes and memes. We're already there.
Yeah, no. That's the problem though. It's like that 2-second thought process. It's like everyone's doing that anyway. And to be fair, I think that the X algorithm kind of drives that 2-second thought process, which I actually don't really like because I think the potential's there for like long form articles I think are actually really good. Now, to be fair as well, they actually have a reasonable amount of reach over a longer period of time. As people actually read the article, they will view your stuff, they will repost it, they will like it. but it is a slow burner. Whereas people are really addicted to that dopamine hit of that quick meme, that quick comment, that quick riposte or whatever on X, and people get really addicted to that. They get addicted to the engagement levels, and they get addicted to the comments back, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I mean that's another problem with so-called art. If it's generated in seconds, I mean, what's it really worth? I don't know. Being a space killer there.
No. I was talking earlier too. I mean, I think for me it just comes back to again the guy in charge, Elon Musk, and then also the lack of limitations. You know, you can do celebrities and all that, but I mean, yeah, we're going around in a circle here because you're right. Like it's just meaningless CGI looking fake hollow, AI images. But for me as a graphic designer, full time, I use AI tools to create objects that I then place into thumbnails that I design for creators and stuff. And I did a couple experiments already with like generating just things that I would normally generate, like I need a pencil or I need a shark on a white background, and it just generates it really quick. Looks fine, good enough for a small little YouTube thumbnail, gets the job done, and I don't have to pay for Midjourney. So, it will serve a use for some people, and I talk to a lot of creators on this platform that are just getting started, and they're only charging $50, for a thumbnail design, and they're young, 17, 18 years old on this platform. And it's like, if you subscribe to premium, you get it included. You don't have to pay for anything else. And yeah, I mean, it's just, again, part of the democratization of these amazing tools. But, of course, you've got the plastic, false looking CGI images that we're going to just be seeing all the time. So I don't know, there's just a balance with all of it, I guess. But it's certainly useful. It can be in the right context.
Well, that sounds very much like the writing context, as in it can be useful for research, it can be useful for putting together ideas, even putting together drafts or maybe parts of drafts. But in terms of like just launching a whole article, it does look cheap and nasty, and nobody actually reads it because it's not real intellectual content. So neither is a 2 second meme that you've drummed up on Grok. These people do actually appreciate the creative process and things. Same as movies, same as everybody else. Like Marvel movies, they come out every 2 minutes, and maybe not 2 minutes. They come out every 6 months, and they're basically the same. And you really have to watch all of them to really get what's going on. They're very self-referential, and some people love them, and that's totally fine. I mean, they're kind of fun, but are they deep and or meaningful? I mean, I don't know. I get frustrated with this stuff because it's like you've done amazing stuff, but then what does it really mean? It doesn't really mean anything. So, yeah. Whereas what you're talking about, generating actual art takes serious effort, and it always has. It probably always will, no matter whether you use oil paints or you use watercolors, you use AI, or you use 3D generation tools, Unreal Engine or whatever. It's the effort that people appreciate.
Of course,
I mean, look at
the existence of the camera didn't get rid of painters, but less people got hired to paint portraits of people. But things changed. The creation of the record player did cause a lot of musicians who were playing music in restaurants to lose their jobs. But musicians still exist. It's just this is a new tool that artists are going to use. If you just use the tool alone, it's hollow and there's nothing human about it. And maybe it'll get better, but I still think there's always going to be a subtle hollowness about it because it's just simply, it doesn't have a soul. I think that's what it is. Like humans have souls. There's something more to us than just flesh and bone. And yeah, I don't know. You have to have an actual creator to create a soul.
We're an actual container for consciousness, and life itself is beautifully subliminal in that we can kind of recognize this. And with AI, it can imitate this because that's what we kind of output. We kind of manufacture whatever consciousness command is into everything that is reality because it kind of controls itself inwards and outwards. So you can kind of like see a reflection of that, but it's not really the real thing, is it? It's like when you look at yourself in the mirror, you can, or like you see a video of yourself almost. It kind of feels like you know that it is you, but you know that that has been you in a sense. So if you look at, say, AI generation, it's kind of a similar thing. It doesn't really give you this subliminal aspect of how we recognize consciousness because it's matter that's staring at you is not even there. But that's besides the point. And even with art generation, I mean, and if you, for instance, with film, people ask me all the time, well, what will happen in the future where AI generated movies will be a thing? I don't think, AI generated video will replace movies, not by a long shot. The art, the people don't understand the effort that goes into making a movie, not just from the perspective of filming it, but also the setup and the angles and everything. There's so much depth, there's so much detail that's in this. There's a reason why these movies cost so much. And look at like Christopher Nolan, which is like one of my absolute favorites of all time. This is an example of something. You look at what this guy does to achieve the next level feel of his movies, and you'll understand why they're always so good. And the same thing, of course, for ironically enough, the music that accompanies those movies. Hans Zimmer, amazing musician. By far, I'd say if there's one musician that I would pick to listen to until the day I die, I'd say it's Hans Zimmer because he's able to create music unlike anything I've ever heard before. Like merging things such as very old instruments, like classical instruments, with something that's modern. Like just look at the video from what he played live at The Hague. There's the theme song for Electro for the Amazing Spider-Man that he made. And they performed it live there. You see a mixture of all kinds of instruments, both classical and electronic, playing in a way that's like magic. And you need someone like that musician in the modern age, so you can have someone like what is essentially Christopher Nolan to kind of use these tools like AI to kind of make that process better. But to say that they will be entirely AI generated, I kind of believe that that's not the case. Parts of it will, like for instance, what I've kind of put forth as a hypothesis could happen for, generating the environment of a set so that it looks more realistic. And that process itself is easier because, well, you kind of want to divert your resources into the human aspect of the film because that's where the real money is at, because that's where the soul is.
Yeah, wow. Absolutely. And Hans Zimmer is absolutely amazing. I love his work on The Crown as well. He did it, I think he did the first season. I'm not sure if he's still doing it, but the theme music on that was absolutely brilliant. And you're absolutely right. Combining the old music and the new music and the old filmmaking techniques and the new filmmaking techniques is exactly where it's at. Excellent taste, Adrian, I've got to admit.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think I actually have this somewhere. Hang on, let me find the. I have a community where I kind of like post a lot of off-topic stuff, but also stuff that's productive. We have all kinds of interesting people in there. People who do the video clipping of the spaces and whatever and whatnot, as well as people who do optimization for industry. So, at assembly lines, that guy posts something frequently. Ken Fox, many of them know there. Just go to the trending and you'll understand. Let me find it. Is it still there? Found it. Here it is. So I posted this. So you can actually see it on X. I pinned it up at the top. That is the Hans Zimmer Electro theme from The Amazing Spider-Man 2, live in Prague. That was from the 7th of May, 2016. And this is my favorite. This is my absolute fucking favorite of all time. I think that's so cool. All this weird stuff that's working together, even for the actual whispers that you hear, which are these, in universe, canonically, these are the conflicting thoughts of the brain of the Electro character, kind of like that being actual humans, multiple humans reading the script is fucking just the absolute best. It's one of my favorite illustrations for how something that is, you could call archaic, classical instruments, working together hand in hand without any kind of, without any kind of taking away from the beauty of these instruments with modern instruments. which is really cool.
No, that's
That's awesome.
awesome. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Bookmarked it to watch it later. That's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there will be a merger of the tech, but humans themselves will always be needed. And if not, I mean, you'd have to essentially fake reality to the nth degree. At that point, you'll just create a simulation, an actual simulation, where you create things made of virtual particles and kind of generates a generative fractal reality. Because I think that's kind of how reality works. Everything's kind of interlinked weirdly. And it's almost like a fractal. If you imagine how a fractal visualization grows, you can imagine that that's kind of how reality grows in a sense as well. That it has some sort of breakdown point where essentially it frizzles out, and that you can kind of interpret as a type of shift in time, because you have to imagine the layering of the individual dimensions on top of this one. So like you have, the one, they have there's like one is just line, an infinitely extending line, and then you have two, which is just infinite lines stacked up next to each other, and then you have two, which is infinite flat surfaces stacked up on top of those, and then you have, you go on from there. You can start to see where the brain no longer is capable of actually parsing certain things like 3D reality. We just kind of imagine it; it's not actually there. Like for us, technically, because we're just imagining 3D reality, which is just a 2D representation. So it's like what we're parsing is a reflection, which is then put into our brain via 2D receptors, two 2D receptors, that is then through our ability to kind of like move through the 3D space via the fourth dimension is kind of like the thing that then creates 3D reality. So if you want to create a simulation, it's actually not that difficult in that sense, but it requires a fuck ton of compute and much more effective utilization of compute that we currently have with the fucking shitty ass software that we're developing.
To put it softly.
To put it softly, yes. Yeah, you understand. I think there's like a worrying trend where effectively we have such good compute that a shitty software itself can survive because we have that much of a buffer. Whereas back then, you do the smallest thing wrong, you're bricked. Like what? How many kilobytes of RAM did you have? Stuff like that. That time was interesting. It's not so long ago either. Most people are still alive from that time. And they're actually playing the video games today. How must that feel? I wonder.
If I could have possibly imagined what we could do now, like my mind would have been blown back then, like playing with Super Nintendo or whatever, and what you can do now is just totally ridiculous. And yet, nobody's satisfied with it. Nobody's like, "Oh, that was fantastic. I played a really good game." Everyone's like, "Oh, yeah, it was okay. Oh, yeah, it was a 7 out of 10." Like a 7 out of 10
We take
now.
it literally for granted. That's the unfortunate thing.
Yeah.
We take it literally for granted. Like just the other day, I was like playing this game called Helldivers, which is really, really good. I was just sitting there watching this and realizing that the size of this game is actually not much bigger than any of the others, but it has next level physics in it. It has to a certain extent, destructible environments, destructible enemies, like, leftover body carcasses if you kill them. Really, stuff like that that's really, really good looking.
Oh,
And the lighting, it's so good. So I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, this is like what an actual simulation feels like. This is a really damn good game. Like in comparison to all the others, the graphics are amazing, the physics are cool, the gameplay is absolutely great. It feels really realistic, and it runs well. Above all else, that makes me appreciate
what did it get in,
modern computing.
What did it get in Metacritic? I've got to look this up. I haven't actually played Helldivers. I'd probably like to. It sounds
Oh, it's
awesome.
fucking
but,
really good. It's really fucking good. It's very simple. It's the thing where basically you feel like Starship Troopers because your entire purpose in the game is literally just turn your brain off and kill as much shit as you can. That's literally your entire existence there in that game. But it's effective at doing exactly that. So simple-minded stuff you could do. Just realize that reality catches up with you in a sense that if you piss off a big-ass bug, it's going to chase you. Or if you piss off a robot tank, you're definitely going to die.
So instead of like leveling up to get to different enemies, you've got to avoid the bad guy, the real bad guys, until you get enough power to take them out, or is it more just
Well, more like
You've
you
got
get,
the right
it actually
team.
doesn't matter what level of player you're at. I mean, you kind of level up to a certain point where you're able to kind of take on the more difficult missions, but there's no actual leveling for enemies
Okay.
themselves. The enemies will always have the same health. It's just that with higher difficulty come more enemies and different enemy types. So say, for instance, if you go to max difficulty, which is currently 9, but they're working on a 10, which is currently 9, those are the max level rewards, which is why you'd want to play that. What happens is you're actually dealing with things such as bile titans, which are kind of like you know the Bronx, the district there. You have these buildings from like the 1960s. They're like that kind of skyscraper, but not really. That's how fucking tall they are. So they're really big bugs, and they're very difficult to take down. So you have like various weapons at your disposal to do that. No matter if you're a high level player or a low level player, what really counts is your experience and being able to deal with these fucking things, like run away, distract, help teammates, try not to die. A simple thing. Upgrades, the only thing that has anything to do with upgrades is your ship itself, like the cooldown times, you can reduce them. You can kind of make the weapons more effective, the orbital strike weapons, but that's about the only thing that you can upgrade. But in and of itself, a very well optimized game with limited glitches. Just the only problem is if you don't have an internet connection that is pretty good, sometimes you may get kicked out and you lose your entire progress of a game that you're playing. You can't really get back into it. But
I mean, to be fair, that used to happen in. To be fair, that used to happen to me in StarCraft as well. So it's what it is.
Yes.
Hang on. So this got an 81 on Metacritic, but really it looks sensational. It looks fantastic. It is that isometric style though, isn't it? So it's more like the Diablo kind of setup. Is that right?
No, it's not. It is third person.
Third person.
It's all third person. Yeah.
First person too, if you want, but most people play.
This is Helldivers 2. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, Helldivers 2. Sorry, my bad. Helldivers 1 it is not. No, it's Helldivers 2.
Okay, Helldivers 2. Let's say. Oh yeah, so that's the third person. Yeah, right. So that looks awesome.
Yeah,
right.
The ray tracing there is fucking money.
Yeah, right.
Just wait until somebody in your team drops a 500 kg. You'll understand the meaning of 500 kg.
Yeah,
illuminate
still,
the entire night sky. Let's go.
Like, I just want to see, because again, this looks fantastic. Like, this looks like, next level stuff. And as you said, like, if you're coming from the old school game era, I mean, I haven't played games in a while, just because I haven't really had time, but, and I was spending too much time on X, but, I just want to see what the review is. Do they have a Metacritic up for this? Yeah, they do. They got 2. Here we. Oh no, that's not 2. That's 1. Oh yeah.
But it's just that's just like me saying there's like a lot of advanced. It's like we have a lot of advanced compute, and you can make do with it all kinds of cool things. And in this case, one of those examples is Helldivers, for instance, is a game which uses, I think, the compute better than most games do. The size is acceptable. The updates are not so big. So I was actually surprised at the quality of the game for its size and the lack of bugs in the game as well. Ironically, lack of bugs in terms of software, but there's just the most dignified actual bugs. So there's a little bit of a difference there,
That's got to be a. That was like a German pun, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
I liked it. They say Germans don't have a sense of humor, but I actually like the German sense of humor. I think it's funny, but
it's more like dad humor. It's very literal in a sense. Like it's like how an autistic person sees humor. So if you get that, and like directly, you have to kind of literally translate it in a sense as well, and just think of how autism humor works in real life, and like blend that with dad humor, and that's basically what German humor is in a nutshell.
I love it. I think it's very endearing. I think it's very endearing.
Like for instance, an example, a common one of calling someone a pussy is to call someone a person who parks in the shade of a tree or anything in the shade, right? So it's like Schattenparker, which means shadow parker, or the person who parks in the shadow. So that's like creatively calling someone a pussy, for instance, right? You'd have to actually explain this joke in a stand-up comedy type of setting, because otherwise the joke doesn't really land because it's very context heavy. So that is an example, right?
Shadow parker. That's fantastic.
Shadow parking. You pussy, you park in the shade. Yeah, exactly.
It's pretty. That's pretty. Actually, you know what? It's advanced. It's subtle. You know,
Yeah.
it's got some flavor to it. I like it. I like it. It's like a
Yeah.
German sausage versus a British sausage, really.
Yeah, exactly. It's an acquired taste. Literally, it's a literal expression of acquired taste.
Lovely, lovely.
Yeah. True, true. This kind of makes me sound. This kind of like makes me more Elon, isn't it? Annoying, but funny.
Oh yeah, that Aiden guy thought you were Elon the other day. That was fantastic. He
Oh,
would've
yeah.
made you right.
I know he's like the person. I think the general test is like almost like an IQ test in a sense for how well he can perceive reality. If you can like get that this is definitely not Elon, if you're really good at logical reasoning, if you get that right away, and someone like Nick Fuentes, for instance, it took him a while, which is ironic. But if you do like Destiny, for instance, which made me respect him immediately, well, I already knew right from the get go it's not. Like,
Yeah.
okay, here we go. This guy's a formidable entity. This guy's really dangerous. Because if you have like that kind of logical reasoning, if you get in a fight with someone like that, good dear God, man, you best have all your facts on your side, because otherwise you get cooked instant.
Yeah, yeah.
This
I
guy,
like that.
this guy will turn you to ramen instant noodles with the time and speed it takes him to cook you.
Yeah.
It's like that, yeah.
No, yeah, no. I've never really bought that particular conspiracy theory, but you get conspiracy theories everywhere. It's not just
Oh, yeah.
you know, they
I think
say
I'm a clone. So
it's just right wing people, but it's left wing people as well. It's everybody. It's everybody.
yeah, everybody's going. I kind of feel like the right wing conspiracy theories are much more entertaining than the left wing ones, because the left wing ones are just basically motivated out of fear, and the the right wing is more like motivated out of true potential for evil conspiratorial things. Right?
Oh,
They're
yeah,
more
yeah.
constructive. Like they're less victimizing. They're more like they're trying to basically put things in a strong position. Well, like,
Yeah,
I think the
I see
left leaning is more victimizing, which is ironic somehow, I think.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. I haven't thought about the actual motivations behind them. I'm gonna have to think about that more. Because
Yeah.
I have heard a lot. I have heard a lot. The more people come onto this platform, the more there are. It's very
Yeah, exactly. Again, with what I was saying, it's just an objective observation of myself. Again, like I'm quite impartial. I will just chill with whoever's like the best human in a sense. So I don't have any limitation with like who I'd like to be with. Right? You'll find me. It just you have to have actual logic. Like if you're an asshole of a human being, I don't want to hang out with you. It doesn't matter what your
Yeah.
political affiliation is. That's not the point. The point is, do you have a constructive mindset? Can you listen to reason? Are you able to actually produce reason? Can you actually produce reasoning? And or an exceptional human being, right? Or even a good human. That's all. That's all it takes for me personally.
And to be honest, if everyone could have friends like that, they'd be better off because you know you define yourself by the
100%.
people you hang around. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I should have. I'm pretty sure I picked mine very well. Yeah. Sure. Very productive people. I picked mine. The people are very close to me. They're very productive.
No, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I love to hear it. It's been a very inspiring space, gents and ladies.
Yeah. This is the average. This is the average space we host every day.
Oh, nice. Well, I'll have to pop around more often.
Yeah. We usually do. We start at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then we head off into like kind of. We actually no. Normally we don't do this late, but Grok released. Nick came up. We were talking David. So I was like, man, let's just swing it. See what happens.
Yeah,
Could happen
nice.
anytime. Eh?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
and Nick being absolutely fantastic. Like, I feel like I've been to a lecture, so I guess those weekly sessions paid off, Nick.
Absolutely.
I mean, a good lecture in a good way, like a university lecture.
I was gonna say I hate lectures. Hope I don't
Fair
lecture
enough.
too much. But
Are you more of the cheat guy, or are you more of the practical experience?
I'm more of a retard, so
Ah,
it
yeah.
just doesn't.
It's the fuck around, find out sentiment that is very strong amongst the crowd here.
The
Yeah,
experimentalist.
exactly.
I like it. I like it.
That's
Yeah,
awesome. We're the only ones that didn't go over to Threads, and we're still here on.
Fuck that shit.
Hey, I've got a Threads account. I actually do nothing with it at all. I think most of the people that follow me are bots of some kind. It's quite trash over there. So I've got to say that.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. The interaction on X is actually probably the best out of all the socials that I've been on. I don't mind some of the smaller ones, but they're just too small. They don't really have the community. So, whereas in X, you can find, as Adrian said, it doesn't really matter about the political stripe, but you can find interesting people everywhere. So, I've got to say it is better. If Threads picks up and does well, I'll definitely.
Threads is just like the clone of Instagram in a sense, and where like all the people who are very self-obsessed go. I've never had any good interaction with anyone on Threads. I've seen the people who went there. Literally, their biggest user base explosion, aside from, of course, claiming that the numbers from Instagram are the numbers who are also Threads, the actual biggest people who migrated there were actually people from crypto. Like I saw all these people saying, "Oh, I'm going to go over to Threads," and then literally all of crypto Twitter was dead for like 2 days, and I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, "You're a bunch of dumbass influencers. You're going to be right back the second you realize that they are going to censor everything you say." Because ironically enough, most of crypto is it's kind of right leaning, quite heavily right leaning. So all of those things, including the trolls that they come up with, would be heavily suppressed. And that's the first thing that happened. They went there for a couple of days, and all of their posts started to get flagged with all kinds of community violations. And I was just looking at that, dying of laughter, because you just basically did all the work for everyone. Because I mean, I've been on Facebook, I've been on all those weird sites. I hate each and every single one of them. I don't have a single fucking account there. It's annoying. I do have one that's kind of like a placeholder, but I'm just going to delete that. I feel like it doesn't really, there's not much activity, and people run around there impersonating me. There's like a fucking retard on Threads that's impersonating me, and literally none of Facebook is doing anything about it. I messaged them, gave them proof that this is like the identity of the actual account, and then it's like, what the fuck are you going to do about that? Nothing. So the company has very, very bad performance with me personally, so I don't like them at all. Historically, even.
I haven't explored it to that great detail, but my Facebook account used to be like this tiny little. It was reasonable size. Then it became a tiny little account because I just got rid of everyone I didn't know. Then I opened it to the public after some stuff happened. I ended up on my account got put on Newsweek, but they didn't put my account name on X. They actually just put my first and last name on there. So my Facebook account got like thousands of friend requests from nowhere, and so I was just like, shit. Like I literally went from like 300 followers to like 3,000 followers, but they were all like I don't know what to call them. Like they're just tits and ass accounts. Like they literally.
Yeah, you go. Yeah.
I was like,
OnlyFans bots.
Could be good, could be shit. And then
I absolutely do not like those. I block every single one of them that I see. Like, as soon as I see any of these fucking accounts, I don't care what it is, I just instantly block them. Even sometimes I listen to spaces, and it's like, look, if you're a large kind of NSFW account, and you already follow me, I'm just going to say, okay, it's common courtesy, but if you're just, like, lunging around with, like, basically some really explicit shit on your profile, I'm just going to block you, because I don't want to be associated with any of that. Like, I have a limitation. I respect the business grind, even though it's a questionable one, but, like, of a certain kind, right? So I'm not going to promote any of it, of course. I think it's stupid to promote this stuff. Like if you promote OnlyFans Girl, it kind of tells you a lot about your character.
It promotes itself, really. Like, let's be honest. But yeah, so
it's just at the end of the day, it's a bunch of dudes talking to you on OnlyFans because that's literally how the management works. It's literally a bunch of dudes talking to a bunch of other dudes. And for the life of me, I can't imagine how that must be to be like the guy behind an OnlyFans account, kind of talking to the guy who's like requesting pictures from you. It's like, okay, here, you have to post this way, this way, this way. I'm gonna keep talking to this guy, and you like say the most weirdest, horniest sexual bullshit as a dude to another dude, and it's like somewhere in that brain of yours, the gay is closeted, and I can fucking see it. Like I don't know what that is. That is remarkable to me somehow. Unless, of course, you're like a next level actor and you have this amazing potential, I guess. That is something that could be reality there, but there's got to be something,
Before we go totally off the rails, it's 4 in the morning in New York. I gotta probably go to bed. I'm gonna do my best. But I want to get my closing thoughts on all of the generation, these new mediums and everything. With the Grok stuff, the one thing I would simplify it to is you have to have some sort of process in order for there to be anything artistic or creative about what's going on. And the problem with the image gen in Grok is there's zero process, right? There's zero flexibility. There's nothing that you could do to kind of push it in any creative direction. I think the same for anything that's going like directly image to video or trying to recreate essentially like Hollywood style films. I think you're kind of like missing the mark and not realizing the full potential of a new medium. And I'm going to be very curious to kind of check back in here and see what the temperature is on all of this image gen stuff on X in like even like a week, man. Like I feel like I give it a week to totally fizzle out before it becomes annoying and we all just start blocking the people who are spamming all the Grok shit all the time. But we'll see. We'll see. Adrian, I always love getting on spaces with you. David, it's been nice to be up here with you. Joel, nice to meet you. Everybody.
Yeah,
But
go to sleep.
I gotta crash out, baby.
Thanks for all your great input, dude. You had so much value to add to this conversation, so thank you.
Yeah, I'm anytime, Adrian, anytime you do like an AI or like a creative AI sort of thing, I'm always down to jump up if you send me an invite because I can talk about this shit all day long.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, look, if the discussion for Grok extends into tomorrow, I think we'll just kind of make that again. The space is always like a moldable format, so what I go for is just call it the conversation, and whoever joins up and kind of like dominates the topic is just basically what it turns into. Like today with this one, right? You joined into the conversation, and then we turn it into something else. So yeah, Grok 2.
What time do you do it tomorrow? What time are you going to do it tomorrow?
9 p.m. Eastern?
Okay. Yeah, I should be able to do that.
Yeah, 9 p.m. Eastern, onwards, whatever you want. Yeah.
Word, love you, see you, bye.
See you, man. See you around, bro.
See ya.
Yeah, Joel over here is probably not going to go to bed for quite a while. I can just detect a little bit of what is probably an Aussie tinge in the accent there.
Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely right. Yeah, no, I wasn't born in Australia, but I've lived in Australia for about
it shows
7 years. Yeah. But Australians don't think I have an Australian accent, so that's interesting.
I pick up on it. I know quite a decent amount of people who work in mining sector in Australia. They're kind of cool. So yeah, I get that. I recognize certain words that they use. It's much like a Canadian or like somebody who lives in Canada for quite a while. They have like certain things that they say where you can like instantly tell. Because they say it all sounds the same, but I think like Canadian is the most subtle of them all, depending, of course, on which region of Canada you're from. They could be more extreme examples. But generally, it all sounds kind of the same. But there was Australia, it has these little things, yeah. It's a boat is like the most, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or house.
Yeah, boat is like the house, yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow,
Tomorrow, yeah.
Many such cases, as they always say.
Zed.
Zed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Australians say Zed as well. We're very proud of our differences.
Differences.
Yeah.
I know. I know some of the little cultural differences that exist between you and New Zealand.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The sentiment is not good.
Look, I mean, at the end of the day, they're sort of cousins. We do have the Anzac thing going on. They're definitely.
Exactly.
We got a lot of Kiwis over here, to be fair.
Yes.
There's a lot of Australians over there. Probably more Kiwis over here, to be honest. But and we
honestly,
play rugby and cricket and all of these things together. So
Honestly, hearing those two groups trash talk each other is like the funniest thing. It's like they have to kind of cooperate with one another, and because you'd be in the mining industry, you have to like talk to both of those sides because you're linked, and it's just absolutely hilarious to see the roast that them come up with. Like the casual implied racism, that's just fun. It's just absolutely amazing, and none of them like take it too far. It's just a thing, It's just a casual thing that you just hate on each other, but for good reasons, effectively, for fun.
They do have a predilection for sheep. That is true. We can't
see.
About that. But they're all right. We love the Kiwis.
Yeah, they call them Kiwis. Yeah, like the fruit. Yeah, I've always found that to be very funny. They call them Kiwis like the fruit and the bird. There's an actual bird there that's like flightless, It's like the internet got familiarized with that bird with this recent video where it was just like walking, stopping, and then giving this weird primal fucking Blair the Witch program fucking scream, which was just, I didn't even know they fucking sounded like that. I always thought like, oh, super cute fluffy bird, and then just releases this deep primal scream. I'm like, well, that's kind of odd. Okay.
They definitely sound louder than they look. That's for sure. But they're very cute. They're very cute. Look, New Zealand's a beautiful place. A lot of people go over there for holidays. They've got like family over there, so they go for weddings and stuff like that. Like it's
Well,
it's
the Lord of the
definitely
Rings tour too. I would
the
love
Lord
to
of the
see
Rings tour. Yeah.
Yeah, fair. That really put New Zealand on the map for sure. And it's actually cool because if you want to think of like say the Pacific region around there, which is kind of close to some of the tropical islands, I believe. It's like one of the only places that is like within reach for those. I believe that most of them are developing countries, right? Because of the islands that are quite southern.
More or less.
So yeah. So imagine like one of the best ways for these regions to actually have a tourist destination would be New Zealand, because you could have access to things like snow, which I believe is very rare, given that these are southern regions which are kind of like tropical. So it's like one of the only regions that actually have snow in. Yeah. So
it's the New Zealand Alps. They're quite impressive. The southern tip of New Zealand's quite cold. Probably more akin to maybe Scotland or somewhere like that. So the further south you go in the southern hemisphere, obviously the colder it gets. So, I spent a lot of time in Tasmania last year. That got quite cold in the winter. There's definitely some mountains and stuff that you can go up there in the snow as well. And in northern Victoria, which is the state that I live in at the moment, you can go up the mountains as well in winter, which is now. So if you come over in June, July, August, then there is some snow to be had here. The tropical islands and stuff like that are. That's a totally different trip. But yeah, like Queensland's super tropical. I mean, Australia's huge, right? So Australia's like Queensland's like tropical, subtropical, and then New South Wales and Victoria are more temperate. But it gets more and more tropical as you get towards the north of Australia. But yeah, the islands, like you've got like Fiji, you've got like New Caledonia, you've got Vanuatu and all of those places. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty nice, but we also spend a lot of international aid, which I actually think is a good thing to keep the Chinese away that way. And we actually do a lot of trade with them as well. A lot of Fijians and stuff like that coming over to Australia.
Yeah. I believe the result of that might be some sort of brain drain, I'd imagine, because that seems to be the common thing. I actually did a lot of research into the geopolitical structure as to how it kind of like works in the South Pacific, given that that's like something where China has interest in. Because China itself is a developing superpower in this region in many different ways, and their way of they basically are taking I think a similar approach as Japan once did to basically conquer and conquer land, is they basically go to a place and somehow replace it, but in this sense they are earning political favors by just rendering aid, right? And they don't care.
Right.
Like they're next level at doing everything. Like I'm pretty sure many people have seen the air bases that exist on top of the reefs. The U.S. and various other countries have these weird policies that they follow to make sure that the environment isn't damaged in any way. And that even extends into fucking war. And it's like, dude, you're going to win the war or you want to lose the war? China looks at that and says, oh yeah, we're going to fucking win it. Fuck the reef. We're going to build something on top of it. We're going to fucking build an airstrip on top of a reef. Let's go. Yeah. You can see it from the satellite imagery. It's absolutely crazy. So yeah, the geopolitical situation that's building up there is wild. That's why actually, you'd have places like America kind of wanting to have a hand in this, and also Australia as well, which I believe is trying to render aid to some of the regions, but they're not doing it as effectively as far as I've heard. Like the contributions are largely more of an inferred verbal one as opposed to the actual one. So it's like political favor is kind of gained, but it's like gained in a weird way, I believe, right? Because I'm not seeing any funding going there.
It's a bit of back and forth with some of these countries. I mean, we shot ourselves in the foot by spying on East Timor back in the day. So some of these countries don't necessarily trust us. but at the end of the day, like I see them as part of the region. Like they're definitely important. Like we should be going out there, and I know the foreign minister has been going out there and repairing some of the damage that was done over the last government. So that is good, but at the same time, yeah, I mean China, you can't compete with that kind of resource. I mean they're even doing it in Australia. I mean they've got a lot of deals going on in Australia, and they definitely have a massive influence on our political sphere. There's no question of that. Like you can't beat about the bush. They're definitely like a huge trading partner of Australia, and the relationship is important to us. So, but it's just managing that relationship and making it an appropriate one, not an inappropriate one. Not trying to, rat fuck us, as one of our previous prime ministers actually said.
Wow, that's wild. That's wild.
That was 2008, I think. That was Kevin Rudd, and
That
he said
sounds like too much.
these rat fuckers are trying to rat fuck us.
Oh my god. Yeah, there are a lot of good moments that come out of that. Sometimes watch some clips from the British and Australian parliaments, respectively, because the stuff that they say, like the personal insults, they're next level. If you go to like the American parliament, which is like, or the House, just having a hearing, and you listen to how they insult each other, it's just kind of playground of bullshit. Man. It's so deep. Meanwhile, the eloquency with which they try to fuck each other over in Parliament in both Australia and Great Britain is just marvelous. The mimetic moments that come out of that, like seriously, one of the I think it was like Australian Parliament probably 2017 or something like that. I saw a clip where somebody was saying, like, why are you taking so long to implement this bill? And this guy just steps up and says, well, we just like to do you slowly. I'm like, fucking what?
Yeah, that was John Hewson trying to get the Paul Keating. It was 1993. John Hewson
fuck.
trying to get
I saw
Paul
it that
Keating
thing.
to call an early election, and Paul Keating looks at him and he goes, and he goes, why won't you call an election now? John Hewson says, why won't you call an election now? And Paul Keating looks at him and he goes, mate, because I want to do you slowly. I want to see you.
That is epic. More moments like that have to exist. Yeah, I saw that clip in 2017, so I just assumed it, because they don't really keep up that much. But yeah, thanks for that. Is crazy.
Look, and absolutely, and I think in the UK, I remember that someone was referred to as great supine invertebrate jelly, which I think is one of my favorite insults.
What? Wow.
So I don't mind it, and obviously if you're keen on Canadian politics, they have a similar setup, but they're a little bit more polite in Canada, unless you're playing hockey, which they don't do in Parliament. But definitely the UK and the Australians will give you a good show for sure. But I find the Americans are very frustrating, because they take this congressional decorum into spaces, and what they do is they always say these things like land my plane when they stop speaking, or equal time. They've got to have equal time. So someone talks for fucking 5 minutes, which is the length of a Bible in real life. They don't understand. It's the length of a Bible. It's a long time. 5 minutes is terrible, right? And then the other guy has to speak for 5 minutes, and then it goes on and on and on. So I find spaces etiquette with the Americans very frustrating. Let's just say that.
Fascinating. There's actually a problem in this, and the reason why it exists is where you have like multiple points chained together too much. That is the issue with the elaborative aspect. Usually what you have to do is have a dynamic conversation, which is like turn-based gameplay, where you make one point, the other person just tries to rebut that point and then makes their own point next. So it's like you get the one turn that you get is made out of, it's like chess effectively, but it's a two-parter. So it's like you rebut or you discuss the initial point, and you make your point based on the point that the other guy just made, and then you can actually have a full-on discussion, and you can even request a reset and saying like, okay, can we potentially like shift it into something else, or we kind of want to continue with the same talking point? And that is what I see is actually used in the minority of debates because that's what an actual debate is supposed to be about. And I think normally with such debates, you actually come to a productive conversation as opposed to something that is like just trying to bomb each other to death with facts, whether they're accurate or not. So that's kind of a thing. You'd have to have a dynamic conversation because it's always easy to kind of overrule people and such, like just steamroll them. And that's what I see being used quite heavily. That is a bit of an issue, right? If you have turn-based, then yeah.
But the problem is when you're a host, and I do host a few spaces here and there, but you have to steamroll people because otherwise they'll just well, it's what he said. It's the Gish Gallop. That's what they call it, the Gish Gallop. Of like I'm gonna introduce like 20 different points, and if one of them doesn't land, then I'll just argue on the other one, right? And then if one of those doesn't land, just argue on the other one. It's terrible, right? So as a host, you've got to step in. You've got to say, well, look, we're going to argue on this point alone, and you're not going to get away with it. And they really hate that. That's where they start squirming. That's where you don't want to do them slowly. You want to do them quick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's literally the expression of a quickie.
Well, I think on that note, it's 3:30 a.m. here. I'm gonna peace out as well.
Oh, yeah.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah.
It was a fun conversation. I'll definitely join again. Adrian, thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming. Yeah.
Nice to meet you, David.
Wise, Joel, bro. Yeah, it was great to be here. See you guys.
I'm a high functioning artist, which means I like to sleep much. So I got a different problem in that sense. So for me, I keep going on and on. I did actually have like a decrease in terms of energy. Like literally just yesterday, I only slept for like an hour. So
all right.
Yeah, because I wanted to cover the whole thing with the time space, which we effectively did. Like my friends up here on the stage, Blythe and Wiggle, were like outputting clips, and I was like posting them with the text that they're supposed to go with. So we were just fucking churning out like a machine, and the engagement was just whack. It was so fucking good. So we kept outputting. It showed me a decent amount of growth. Got a quote post by Elon. Fucking great job all around. I think that was just fucking next level.
That's
yeah.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done. No, that's awesome. Yeah, I dropped into that, but I wasn't that. Oh, look, it's all right. Like, I mean, Elon can have a conversation with whoever he wants. Like, that's totally fine. But I definitely thought that there could have been more pushback in the actual conversation, as it were. I thought Trump got away with a lot. So I'd be interested to see if Elon changes his style. I would actually like to see, since Trump's done this, I would actually like to see Kamala come on as well. I think that would be super interesting. Ideally, in future, they'd be able to do presidential debates on X. I think that would be really good, but I don't know if anyone's going to be up for it anytime soon.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean,
it was an interesting.
I think largely. Come again?
It was an interesting day, though. So well done.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I think for the interview itself, not an interview, sorry, the conversation. That's how a conversation is supposed to be. You have the decorum of being supportive of the person and try to at least get down to what this person is as an actual person. So I think a lot of demand for pushback is just a demand for drama. So I think once in a while, I kind of like lend a bit of leeway to the person to just adapt and just kind of float around. So that is kind of what I saw there, which I
fair enough.
really appreciated in that conversation. Personally, I enjoyed listening to it. Actually, I would say the gold that came out of Donald Trump, but mainly also Elon, was much more than out of the interviews that we usually see.
The traditional interviews, yeah. No, look, that's fair enough. What do you reckon, Blythe Dog?
Yeah, I just think there's like tons of great insights in there and tons of material, obviously, for clipping. We got tons of clips yesterday. It was a great
nice.
overall, yeah.
Oh, very cool, very cool. Yeah, no, look, I see what you mean. I mean, even if I was going to make a comparison, it's a harsh comparison, but like if I was going to make a comparison to Frost Nixon, not the movie, but the actual interviews. It was definitely, you know, it was definitely a conversation. A lot. I mean, obviously they were more extensive and had a more formal aspect to them, but I mean, they were significant conversations, and it's not always necessary to push back. You're absolutely right. Like you can sometimes get a lot more out of the conversation by not pushing back.
Exactly. Yeah. Because you have to be kind of in a productive setting in order to, you know,
Yeah,
get the gold out of everything.
yeah,
So yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. No, it was. I mean, it was definitely good listening. Like, again, you know, regardless of your political view, it was probably good listening. Like I did enjoy it. The glitches at the start were a little bit annoying. I thought it would have been better if they could have, you know, like with Trump, you know, he loves his soul music and stuff like that. It would have been good if he put on some decent music, because that elevator music definitely did my head in after a while.
That's actually the default that comes with Spaces.
It is.
So yeah, that's the default that comes with Spaces. This Xside. It's been like that since Twitter. So yeah, that's the default that always played in Spaces and still plays to this day.
Yeah, yeah. I know some people actually play on a different device. They play music on there, and I have experimented with that myself. But I know Trump was probably not going to do that. But
No,
if you have that long a waiting time, you know, a bit of a playlist would be nice. Or maybe integrate
actually do
X
that.
with Spotify. There you go.
You could. I think that's what X Music is for. So they actually have the music handle. So I think in the future that could be something that they might do. At the moment, it is just basically, um, oh my. At the moment, it's just basically them endorsing new artists, and
Yeah, right.
that's it. There's nothing else beyond that.
Yeah, okay. That's still pretty cool.
It's just business. It's just business
Yeah,
that they're doing.
yeah,
Just business.
yeah, yeah. Like an actual
So these,
music label. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But these fuckers over here be posting the 2011 tsunami. What the hell kind of engagement farm are you on, bro? Fucking remember Japan? Remember Japan
Yeah.
2011? The big ass fucking thing?
Yeah.
Dude, that was crazy. I was watching that in real time back then. I was
Yeah,
like,
same.
what the fuck is this?
That was definitely extreme. Well, what are they posting it now for, though? It's like 13 years later.
Engagement, man. Engagement. People
Yeah.
forget all kinds of things. Expert
Yeah,
memory
fair
hole.
enough. I'm gonna have to think about this one. People forget all kinds of things. I'm gonna take that on board.
I mean, my dude, are we gonna like forget? You know PewDiePie, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Remember when he said the N word on stream?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
How many people do you think actually still remember that? You know, how
Yeah,
many people
right.
actually still know what fucking what a PewDiePie is?
Yeah, right.
It gets worse and worse and worse. You know.
Yeah, right. So you could recycle content endlessly for shock value.
That's what they all do. That's what they all do.
Because I have seen a lot of memes recur over time. I've seen
Memes are a different thing, but like reposting that content without saying the actual historical context of what it is, it's just la 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 la.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. There's something to that. I mean, yeah, I don't know if I want to do that, but yeah, there's something to that.
Hang on. Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. Sorry, I do a lot of DMing and such while I'm doing this.
No, it's
Just
all
crazy.
good.
And we're still doing like crazy hours here, so yeah,
Yeah.
we are in fact cracked.
What time is it for you?
It was Austin time. I didn't fucking look at the clock, otherwise I started to realize how bad it is. It's
Yeah,
like, dude, I actually don't look at the clock too many times. I just basically kind of look at what time it feels like and just drift off. That's how it works out, and I kind of always wake up on time. But yeah, that's
Do you
my
leave the
philosophy.
space on while you go to sleep and see what happens?
No.
It's
I
a
mean,
risk.
I did that once. Actually, no, I did it once.
Yeah.
I did it once. That was yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Because I did an all-night space. I powered through all of it. And so, yeah, had it on for that long.
Did you wake up to some crazy shit going down? Because that's usually what happens to me.
Actually, no. The people who I had on speakers, they fucking said nothing. While it was gone, they said nothing. There was literally nothing for like an hour, and I come back and like, dude, is anyone speaking? Hello. So I was like, just doing the thing, hosting, and like, dude, you guys have to go to bed. I'm super tired right now. And I just said, okay, cool. Because Wiggle actually came back and he was all energy, right? So I was gone, hour, come back, and I'm like, just back in my usual energy. Hey guys, what's happening? What's going on? It's just dead silence. How long has it been silent for? It turns out it's been silent for the entire time I was gone. So I realized that I have to actually be actively there, otherwise just shit goes batshit. And I still remember though, we did do a 42-hour long space this one time. We were covering the OpenAI drama, the launch of the first it was not the first Starship launch, it was the second.
Oh yeah.
Was it the second or was it the third? Was it the third? I think it was IFT 3.
3. Yeah, 3.
Was 2? No, 2. It was IFT 2. Sorry, it was the second launch of Starship, I believe, because the first one was the one that actually did. Actually no. Yes, it is the second. Ironically enough, it was the fucking second launch because the first launch I also did a space on, which was my first fucking space. I did the first space when IFT 1 was happening, and I was fucking sick at the time too. I had like COVID, and I did a space because I promised people I'd do a space back then. I was like a small account, like 100 followers, nothing, and I did a space back then while IFT 1 was happening. And I was sick as shit.
Wow.
So yeah, and then ironically enough, we did IFT 2, which was then less than a year later. Much more coverage, covering the OpenAI drama with the rocket launch and the OpenAI drama again after that. So much so we did it for so long that even fucking Sam Altman peeked in and Lex Friedman at the same time as well. That was the craziest fucking thing to see both of those those people listening in. I was just nah.
Wow, that would have been intense. That would have been extremely.
It was. And it was just virtually, I was very inexperienced back then still. Because imagine, I've only like started this about a year ago. Like this is very new to me still. But I've kind of like grown into it, so now I understand exactly what I'm doing. But before, it's like, how do you deal with this? This is the first time you had this kind of, show, and you have fucking Lex Friedman and you got Sam Altman. What the fuck do you say? Like, of course you've spoken to Elon and such, but what the fuck do you say? To those people, especially given that, with Sam Altman, you don't actually have a very positive sentiment towards the guy, even though you can applaud his products, right? As a human being, I find him somehow quite questionable. But, and then with Lex Friedman, how do you approach this guy? He's just basically a robot. I mean, his happiness is like not smiling at all, staring dead into a camera. How do you fucking communicate with that guy or appeal to him even? That's crazy. No hate towards the guy at all. I'm just like making a basic assessment of reality. But that just kind of like leads you to this kind of thing. So
yeah, fair enough. No, it's actually
42 hours. That was crazy.
Yeah, but it gives you opportunities that you could never get in a million years in the old days. Like that's fantastic. And dealing with difficult people. I mean, yeah, okay, they're famous and yeah, okay, that's fair enough. But like dealing with difficult people, you got to do that in spaces every day, really. If you're doing spaces every day. Yeah. Like I'm not sure that there's probably like a difference between dealing with your Sam Altmans and your Lex Friedmans, but like there's a lot of interesting / weird / problematic individuals on spaces for sure. At all levels.
It's funny how people are just now discovering that incognito browsing data is still fucking saved. Just now, like, someone me was like, "What? This wasn't common knowledge?" Oh, dude, my god.
Damn. Damn.
That's crazy.
Damn.
Like, how do you think a fucking search engine works? By taking your inputs, no?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
how does it, like, not do that? It'd have to be a database that doesn't take logs, but it has to. So,
Yeah. That's very.
okay. If you use it anonymized, or if there's like an actual, perhaps hashing of it, and then just the requests were logged from that hash, but you can still trace it back to the actual user itself. So it's like non-visible to human, but definitely visible to administration of system. So
Yeah.
yeah, this is what most people don't actually understand. It's an interesting way that can stand in your way, but it's like the main defense is always against other people, not necessarily governing bodies. Right? That's the thing that people don't understand.
That is the thing, because the government body's probably not interested in you unless
Look, if they're interested, you'll know, or you won't know because shit starts happening. You know, like, you'll understand. You'll understand if the governing body has it in for you. Like, that's what people don't get. You get a fucking no-fly list if the government doesn't like you. Put on a fucking no-fly list. That's step number one. You know.
Yeah, but like the average punter on the street's not going. The government's not that interested in your vaccination reports or any of this stuff, right? Like everyone's sort of freaked out about that, and I'm like, yeah, but they don't really. I mean, it is what it is. But
it wasn't really about that. It was actually for the vaccination stuff. It was actually about being forced to take it. That was the only thing that was a problem with the records. Be fucking damned. Like I don't really care about that. It's about the it's about what it isolates you from. That was the problem because it was like forced medication, which is constitutional violation, and also a direct violation of the fucking Geneva Convention because that's exactly what's fucking written in there. So it was a human rights violation in general. What was happening there? Actual human rights violations because if you can't fucking like seek employment or you cannot travel to basically remain employed, that is legitimately there is no choice for you. It's like forcing it. The fact that that is not being addressed or has not been really addressed at all is very concerning. Like that problem is still not solved. It worked before a while because nobody's talking about it at all. So, and me talking about it doesn't change anything. It has actually been done at governing level. Then there's change.
No, absolutely. I think there's a valid concern there that's probably worth raising. I think mandates were always a problematic issue. I mean, the only reason that I did get, I got vaccinated. I'm getting another shot on Friday, I think. But the only reason I did it was just to, protect others and myself, but mainly others from potentially catching disease. But in terms of like, did I want to? Maybe. I mean, no one really wants to get a needle in their arm, so maybe not. Did I enjoy the experience of wearing a mask? Not really, because it accentuates certain smells, which are not necessarily good if you're walking past the bin, for example, or something like that. It does interfere with your beard. If you've grown a beard, it does get very itchy. Did I want to wear them? No. Did I wear them? Yeah, of course I did. Yeah, of course. But, I can totally understand why people were pissed off. It does make sense. I'm not necessarily for mandating anything, and I think they were potentially counterproductive, the mandates, because I think people had something then to fight against, whereas if they weren't mandated, then maybe they have said that maybe there'd be a higher uptake if they were actually not mandated. So these.
Here's the thing. Here's the hole in all the logic and all this bullshit, which was if it actually worked and it protected you against what was in the environment, then why is there a need for everyone to get it? I mean, if the people who don't want to get sick and potentially die off, which they didn't, then what's the concern?
No, but that wasn't the argument. The argument was that they needed to get up to a certain level.
Hold up. Is my internet still working?
Yes.
Okay, I think Joel cut out. Joel, you still there? Fuck, the CIA gone. I'm just kidding. Oh boy. Just straight. Okay, Okay, yeah, that connection's probably not there anymore. Joel, we can't hear you. If you're hearing us, we can't hear you. That ship has sailed a long time ago. Cool. Oh well, I guess that connection's gone. Yep, the Hirug has disappeared. Yeah. But no, man, basic thing, like, why was everybody so concerned about that? You get to a certain level or whatever and whatnot. If it, like, really was protecting you, then why? Like, what was the mask for? What was all that? Like, if you really were, harboring any kind of contempt for the people who are taking it, were they gonna die already? I mean, also, why aren't they all dead? Like, most of the people have not been vaccinated or didn't have any health issues prior to getting the sickness itself. The survival rate of those guys somehow, isn't it like higher than the people who take the vaccination? Anyway, it's still interesting, a friendly statistic. I think people should like keep in their pocket somewhere. It's kind of weird. Also, like, wait a minute, why are the like, if you look at the UN charts, well, you got to look at it. I highly recommend that everybody like reads what the UN is outputting, like, especially when it comes to like fucking 2030 sustainability goals. I mention what the 2030 sustainability goals are, and literally nobody knows what that is. They draw blank. I'm like, do you not want to know the actual policy makers that are like bringing it forward? Do you not read what they output? You like read everything else. You read the fucking conspiracy theories. You buy the fucking psyop. You literally buy the fucking magazine, which is the buying of the psyop in a fucking physical sense. Why don't you just read the guiding and force factor that is those people? They publish everything that they do, which is an interesting learning experience, because then you know where things go, and nobody cares. Like, it's literally all the documentation is there for you, fucking like edited, perfectly given with graphics and everything. A fucking 5-year-old can get through this. Me with autism is like the best thing if I was a child reading this shit. Like, that's the first thing I looked at. I was like, cool, this is such well illustrated graphics. It's almost like they want everybody to fucking know this of a certain type, and there it is. The information's right there. So, like, read all that. And also, I kind of, to that same extent, what happened to all of the cases of the normal seasonal flu? Like, why were they so low while the COVID was high? And also, why is the flu technically, which also was discovered back then, was the first person to isolate this particular type of virus, a coronavirus? It's almost like they're one and the same fucking thing. My God! Like, people don't know how to read data. They don't know how to interpret anything. It's disappointing as fuck. Well, the majority does, which is why there was such a damage. Like, I do a lot of research on that. I did a lot to understand, how things were flowing, because it was such a huge fucking issue. So, yeah, bro.
I'm so sorry, Adrian. I actually I didn't follow the advice, and I wasn't always be charging. You've got to always be charging on this app. Spaces does take a lot of
Yes.
charge, so that was my bad. But yeah, just in answer to what do we got here? Love a Good Life, AKLA. Why am I getting the updated vaccine? Just because I get my flu vaccine every year. I get my whatever, tetanus or whatever every what is it, 5 years or whatever. So I'm just keeping up to date. That's what I do.
Oh, those ones, yeah. That makes sense. I actually got one as well, but I'm sorry, yeah. It's just I fundamentally disagree with the functionality of the COVID vaccine. I think they actually did more damage than good. And, I mean, it was clear. You can look at when you look at the description of the medication itself, it was clearly stated in the beginning that you wouldn't get an infection, which to me was when I said that's wrong, because the actual function of it was you get the mRNA shot, the signaling to the muscle fibers is to produce the spike protein, which then induces a immune response from the body, which is like interpreted as the attack, such that it's almost like a warm-up to a workout, because that's what it is, right? You are intentionally infecting yourself with a somewhat harmless aspect of the virus such that you're essentially prepared for the actual virus
Prepared
itself.
for the
So
actual
at no
virus, yeah.
part of the actual technology itself is it literally a function that it prevents the infection, because
No.
the protection of it is an infection itself. That's the first thing where I said,
Well,
no, something doesn't add up. Right? That's the first thing. And then they said it doesn't
it's
spread the way,
supposed
then
to-
there's like herd immunity, then they said that natural immunity isn't working, even though biologically speaking, if you know anything about virology, that is completely fundamentally wrong. So that's why I said, nah, man, I'm not taking that shit.
No, that's totally fair enough. Yeah, I totally understand why people didn't want to. I respect it. I'm not of that point of view. I think, look, it does have some protective aspects. It certainly does have some.
Literally, one of the people who took the
intensity.
Pfizer shot died. I lost one of my
Was
friends.
that?
So, yeah, literally one of those people died that I knew personally from that after
Okay,
they took it.
all right.
Blood
But,
clots.
I mean, people can die for all kinds of reasons. Did they
And,
exactly?
they were a healthy person. They exercised well. There was absolutely nothing wrong with that body at all. And then right after they took that, blood clots, brain dead.
I mean, maybe.
I heard a lot about that guy.
Nobody I know.
He was one of my favorite people.
I know a lot of people, but nobody I know. But you know, I mean, these things do happen. Like there is. I mean, seriously, like in all seriousness, any medication you take does have side effects and does have a chance.
25-year-old individual, healthiest
Yeah, but-
motherfucker I knew, healthier than me even,
But I
takes
had a
that
friend
shot and
like
instantly dies.
20
Crazy.
years ago. 20 years ago, like I had a friend who died of because they had a condition that, you know, they hadn't fully disclosed or whatever, and they ended up dying at 20. I think it was 21, 22.
No, they didn't have any condition of any kind. It was like the healthiest guy that you could
Yeah, but
imagine.
You don't know that.
Zero. Yes,
don't
I do. I knew that guy very well. He was
Wow.
the very literal expression of the health freak. He would measure everything, get blood tests done regularly. He was like taking a very interesting diet at the time, and had been doing that for years, and worked out daily. Very like, basically the epitome of what health looks like. Very well optimized, very well disciplined in that regard. And right after that, it was a day. Took a day.
Look, man,
I saw him literally the day before.
I'm a total slob in comparison, and I'm
He just ran around. He was healthy. Went out for a jog. Takes a shot. Next day he's dead. That's it.
I've had 8 shots and I'm still kicking, and I'm not.
Well,
not
yeah,
in that-
of course, they're different biology, but a lot of those people died, and there was a common occurrence. All of the same symptoms, all had the
not
same
a
one
common
taken
occurrence.
every state across the same type of medication, the
looked
same
at
company
statistics?
differences. Like, I mean,
We looked at the statistics. It's a very low.
yeah, look at the statistics, and
If your friend died,
the
that-
death amongst the people who died from the actual disease itself are lower than the people who died from the vaccine.
No, that's
So,
not true.
yeah, it's kind of weird. And of course, that is excluding all the junk data that was introduced by the people who are basically faking the statistics. And they're faking it by the way of like, literally a guy apparently died from COVID, even though he died from a gunshot. That was an actual statistic that was included. And the reason why I know this is because I knew the person who actually worked there was explaining how the data gathering process actually worked. Wherein anyone who was supposedly identified with as having the COVID, who were infected with COVID, was instantly counted as a COVID death, even though they didn't die of COVID there. This was just that COVID was found on them. In this context, this is especially important because the PCR test that they were using, they ran it above the threshold of what is actually identified as the thing that was like literally the creator of the PCR test literally stated this as an actual thing to be done in this way. Otherwise, you literally find everything in everything. So if you run a test just enough times, you will find everything in everything. And beyond a certain threshold running of tests, it actually then becomes an inaccurate test. And guess what? All of those tests were pushed way beyond the actual threshold. So they were invalid. And look, the person who actually worked on the creation of the mRNA vaccine was the person who also said it didn't work. Like, look, you can listen to the actual experts, or you can listen to the people who role played as experts. Like, I had a literal fucking gastroenterologist tell me how virology works. I'm like, you're a fucking gastroenterologist who's telling people how to take a vaccine that is like correlated with a specialization in virology, and you're saying you should listen to the fucking experts and the specialists, especially the people who are specializing in virology, and you're not a virologist, you're a fucking gastroenterologist telling us how exactly virology works.
So do you go to
Excuse
a
me?
virologist every time you get the flu?
Come again?
Do you go to a virologist every time you get the flu?
No, I don't go anywhere. I fucking eat well, play a bunch of video games, and take fucking medication that reduces the fever output. I don't give a shit.
if you get a scrape and you're worried about getting tetanus, do you go to a virologist then, or do you just go to a GP and get yourself checked out?
I don't do either. Disinfect, self-treat most of the time. I've had wounds that are insane. And if it was like, for instance, an infection, and I've had a few of those waterborne infections from like a river or something where like your foot starts to swell up, you go to your fucking doctor, you get 2 injections of penicillin, you're done.
Yeah.
Infection gone.
So what's the particular higher standard that you're applying to the mRNA?
One is proven in science, and the other one is not. That's the problem.
What about
and you don't need to go to a virologist to understand this stuff. You can listen to the virologist explaining to you how exactly all of it works, right? Because they're the ones who normally dictate how practice is supposed to work around this thing. But the people who did not design the medication, did not understand the medication, did not have any background on how to actually apply and or understand anything associated with the creation of the medication, were the one who were lecturing people on how it all works. All of which, of course, now turned out to be untrue. It's being released.
I mean...
So,
you can
it's there. You can believe whatever you want to believe. I don't really care. At the end of the day,
I will believe whatever I want.
At the end of the day, I as a person have had literally every single fucking variant of the virus and have 0 complications with my health.
There you go. Well
0.
done. How old
0. Are you? Yeah, like late 20s.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, when
and this does not just extend to young people. This does not just extend to young people. Some of my coworkers are like in their 50s, and same issue, same thing, just annoying. One of the later variants, I think it was version 4. I call it versions because I thought it was so stupid to call them different things. I call it version 4. That one just kind of had the issue where it messed with your sense of hunger and your fucking libido and shit. It was really annoying. It was just annoying more than it was actual like defect. It's just you felt sleepy sometimes afterwards. After it like got on, you kind of felt sleepy sometimes for no reason. You felt not hungry, even though you knew you had to eat, and you just had to kind of like willpower through that. And you couldn't really like get it up in some situations, which was kind of annoying for me.
Different people for their biology, though. I did have COVID a while back, probably 2 years ago, and it was dog shit. Like I felt dog shit. It was like a flu, like it was bad. But I mean,
that's because it is a flu.
But that's what you're saying. But you've said it.
No, it is literally. I mean, explain. Here's the thing. You look at the actual statistics themselves. You want to look at the statistics? We're going to go statistical mode. For instance, if you look at the actual UN chart for the statistics of how the flu infections were actually tracked as opposed to the COVID infections, somehow at around the same point when the COVID infections were spiking, the flu infections were done low. That's because they were counted differently. Because you cannot fake the same statistics for 2 places.
Yeah, but you know why that is, though? That's because people
for the reason I just explained.
They were wearing masks and they were staying away from other people.
So explain to me how that somehow load, but the same. Literally, you don't understand how the actual virus itself works because basically the coronavirus is a broad term general definition of what a flu virus is because a flu virus is literally on the atomic level exactly the same thing. Molecularly, the coronavirus is a definition. Coronavirus is actually a definition for a very particular type of virus, and that same definition also fits, guess what? The flu. That's actually the first fucking virus. That was actually the first example of that virus actually being isolated. The classification of what the coronavirus was. No, it's actually the same effects and everything. The only difference is this one actually spread faster.
Or H1N1 or whatever, absolutely.
Yeah, I've had all of them. So it's like they're all similar.
All of those things are different things, though. And they have different
levels
of virulence.
Yes, COVID was actually least harmful. Yeah, I agree. It was actually least harmful. It had the most because the thing with viruses is the infection spreads fastest. With the viruses actually, the infection kind of like frizzles out, where it actually spreads everywhere. So if it's very infectious in a sense where it spreads fast and goes everywhere, it actually then is dealt with faster as well, which is kind of ironic because like the more infectious each version becomes, the less potent it actually becomes. So it's kind of what happened there. Which was why and ironically enough, none of the distancing worked because everyone got infected anyways. Yeah, so if the distancing would have actually worked, which didn't, which even included the Black Plague, which actually caused many of the deaths, which is the real history, then yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'll tell you what. You believe what you want to believe, and I'll
No,
believe.
it's not belief, it's actual historical facts. Like, I'm entirely just motivated by data. I don't believe anything I read, up until, of course, the accounts that are scientifically proven. And scientifically proven, I mean that there are people who've actually had qualifications to make these things and have actually had the qualification to set precedent around how certain things are to happen, are the ones that actually listen to it. Not the people like fucking gastroenterologists, live action role playing as fucking virologists. Absolutely fucking not. I reject anything that comes from
Which
bullshit.
virologist are you listening to?
The person who basically does. Do you not know who created the technology that created the mRNA vaccine? Do you know who that is?
I do, but
Name
I
it.
can't remember the name. But yeah, I know who you're talking about.
There you go. That's who I listened to. He thought it was going to work well. He was proud of his creation, and then he saw what it did. No longer. And I was one of the most outspoken critics against the application of this. So, what changed? The person who created the technology, who created the whole thing itself, discovers what it does and then says no. Why? Nobody thinks about that because the psyop is comfortable.
You won't take the mRNA cancer vaccine either when they come out with it.
No, because you don't need that to beat the cancer. Because cancer itself comes from various pollutive aspects of reality, like, for instance, that weird-ass fucking cancer juice that everyone drinks that is healthy for you, apparently, those artificial sweeteners that are all garbage, and even a result of the vaccines themselves. So, you can do whatever you want. You can, like, buy the cure to the disease that you infected yourself with. I won't need that because I won't have cancer. Because I don't eat any sugars. I don't eat the fucking sweeteners that cause all this. I don't... I eat from containers that are all devoid of plastic because that's where all it comes from. Because people don't actually understand, even like water bottles themselves, they're what's in them. The actual plastic itself leaches substance into the water itself, and to counter the leaching of that substance, or actually not to counter the leaching, but to counter the flavoring of that leached substance in that water, they actually introduce an additional substance, which is a type of acid in a sense, and a precursor compound to ACE-K, which is the sweetener that is used in Diet Coke, which by the way, the precursor compound as well as the actual compound itself, which is the artificial sweetener that it results in, are both cancerous. They're carcinogenic. They both cause cancer.
It's like that. Yeah. Do you drink tap water?
No, it's full of shit as well.
Oh, right.
If anything, reverse osmosis filtered through in the most extreme way. Minerals adding it later in.
About Soviets invading your bodily fluids using fluoride.
No, there are other things in the water that are disturbing because the treatment that is used on, say, water, for instance, like, say, aluminium flocculation causes dementia. So I'd rather not like that. I also don't want to be suffering from any neurological diseases at the hands of that. So you can, like, do whatever you want. You should actually check into what exactly is found inside of even Australian tap water. You'd be fucking surprised. There's, like, entire medical studies around this and what it does to the body. So that was one of the reasons why I started to say, probably, limit the water itself, like, to kind of filter it out massively. Either filtration or just straight up, my personal favorite is distillation. Gets rid of most stuff. Filter it
Well,
to...
we could do what they did in the early modern times in like the 17th century. You could just drink beer instead.
Yeah, die faster, sure. That's another thing. I mean, look, yeah, that's where scabies came from. I also don't drink any alcohol either. I find it's
you're poison when you think about it.
Yeah, literally. You consume that.
That's literally what it does. But
yep.
yeah,
it's disgusting. I hate it, and it makes you literally retarded because that's the exact thing that it does, right? It just inhibits, it inhibits just inhibits the dendrites, the communication between neurons in your brain. So like, yeah, that's why you feel fucked up when you have next level headache in the morning. So yeah, because your brain's trying to like pump it all out, so the blood pressure increases. That then forces itself against your skull, and then of course after that is finished, and then of course all that has been washed out. Then you have dehydration, which again causes further headaches because actually the brain itself, like kind of fixing your skull, kind of pulls against the skull itself as opposed to pushing against it, and that causes further pain and headaches. That's why you get headaches when you get dehydrated. So.
That's correct. And the tannins in red wine also do a bit of damage to you as well. What about red meat? Do you eat red meat?
Fucking tons of it.
Okay. What about veggies?
Veggies, they account for like maybe 1% or 5% of my diet. Don't eat them as much. I only like eat certain things, sometimes like fruits in between because they're like pleasurable to eat. And also like for the vitamin C, that's something.
There's a lot of
generally sugary things I don't enjoy.
Yeah, right. What do you cook the meat or do you leave it raw?
No, I cook it. I cook it
Oh, yeah,
rare, of
yeah.
course, so that none of it's like complete. It's just good from a bacteriological perspective to kind of cook things in this way. You can eat it raw as well if you like have a trusted source. I mean, the fucking Italians have been doing it for centuries. The literal thing about this Spanish food, carpaccio, is very delicious. I eat it a lot. I have an Italian friend who makes it for me frequently. He's a good man.
I want carpaccio.
Yeah, there you go. So that's
Yeah,
an example of like the only time I eat raw meat. And of course, fish, sushi, that's like the other types of raw meat that I eat very, very healthy for you.
Sushi, though. I mean, I wouldn't be having that if I was worried about that sort of thing.
No, again, trusted sauce and fresh fish. I've like eaten it straight from the fucking catch. Like you got it 5 minutes later, there goes your food.
But, I mean, the mercury levels in the fish, that can be a problem.
That depends on where you get it from. That's another
true.
thing.
That's true.
So, and of course, limiting your intake of one particular thing, like you can literally get fucking arsenic poisoning if you eat too many cans of like sardines or mackerel or whatever that fish was. So like if you overeat in any particular direction, and of course, for beef it's the same thing. There are other issues, not just bacteriological. That's actually the smallest aspect of that, and probably not even the most important. The most important is actually where you source it from, because like the growth hormones and shit actually have a huge impact. Say for instance, that's also why a lot of people in the US are super, super big, is because actually like impacted by the growth hormone they eat early on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Why is everything big in Texas? Why are the humans big in Texas? Why are the fucking cows big in Texas? Cows are big in Texas because they get fucking growth hormones. People eat this shit like crazy, so they get growth hormones, antibiotics and shit like that. It's just how super bugs or super diseases get created.
It's not the high fructose corn syrup that's making everyone too big.
That makes everyone fat, but the thing that makes everyone huge, as in big people, not big people as in third dimension, but yeah, that's a different one. I'm talking about actual growth hormone, makes your bones bigger and all kinds of shit. Like I was always wondering, like, why does the fucking 16-year-old look like a 20 or 30-year-old? What the fuck's going on here? So yeah. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, how are you so big? What's going on? They start reading and all that. It's like, what the fuck is this?
The Dutch are the tallest people in the world, though, statistically speaking.
Oh, yeah. I know. That's why it's surprising how some people who are statistically not supposed to fit in that level are so fucking big in some areas. Like, what the fuck is this? That's how that is explained. It's not what's in the water, it's what's in your fucking food. Jesus Christ, have you took a look at it recently? Ooh. I mean, look, the Europeans have intense regulation around everything. Of course, that also including food. So if you look at like the ingredients list on a product that is sold in Europe, and then that same product is also sold in America, one of which looks like all 10 of the commandments, and the other one only looks like one of those 10 commandments. That's, of course, you can figure that's the one that is the least one is the one that's from Europe. So like a fucking 2-pager essay for what ingredients in your shit.
Imported European food?
No, the same regulations that are passed around, say, food, should also be passed in the US. Then all is fixed. Excellent. Well, I mean, not all is fixed immediately, but the fines and the intrusion upon your business, calls for shutdown, that should do the trick, yes.
Yeah, right. More regulation in America. Very good.
More regulation in the food sector in terms of what compounds are supposed to be put in, which compounds are not supposed to be put in. Because the regulation for the FDA and how exactly it operates and how it exactly legislates companies is actually based on kind of like precedent of what the companies themselves do to themselves. So they kind of regulate themselves as opposed to the institutes themselves regulating them. Correct. So like the precedent is set by the individual companies that have the most staying power. That's why also the FDA is advised by the very same companies that they fucking regulate, because they're the ones who actually write the regulation, because they don't do anything with that. So the actual funding is then created by not just like the budget where the funding is assigned, but also where the like fines are extracted, and then that's then added to the funding threshold, and so that's why their funding pool gets bigger and bigger. So that's part of it. So yeah, that's why the regulation does not advance past a certain point. Pretty cool. Money flowing is a big thing for me. I like to know where money goes, where it comes from, what it does, who controls what. Mainly the info flow. That's what that. Info flow, everything. You're God. If you like can control the info flow, you're everything. Like, tell me that you're not God. You can control the world with info systems.
100%. Is that the concept of the noosphere? Have you ever read about that?
No, I just work in data management. So, one of the things I do is data management. So you quickly come to realize how everything's dependent upon it. So that's kind of like the basic assessment of reality, right?
No,
Everything that's
yes,
happening right now. This conversation right here is only possible because we are being hosted by an information management company, which is what it is, right?
that is
We
correct.
create information, it hosts, facilitates the creation of other information, then records, deals with X, Y, and Z, whatever else happens, right?
It is true. It is true. And to be fair, I love that. I love the opportunity of being able to do this. But I do have to go. It is 7 p.m. in Australia, so I do have to go and have dinner at some point. But I really appreciate the conversation, Adrian. It's actually been really interesting. Wiggle and Blide's Dog and everyone else love a good life, AKLA. Appreciate your questions and comments. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful. Well, I guess it's early morning for you guys, but I'm sure I'll see you again soon.
Yeah, certainly. Well, see you around, man.
You too. You too.
All right. Well, I guess we could potentially shut down the space. I'm kind of like in a flow state though, which kind of makes me supremely dangerous. Like, you remember what I did to the Bitcoin guy?
Yeah, that was hilarious. Oh my god.
Like, you poked me on something that I'm very well read in, that I've kind of had to reiteratively deal with many times over. You'll start to see. You'll start to see where the fun begins, and also may potentially end.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
All good, all good. I was thinking about.
You sound tired.
Yeah, I just woke up actually, so it's perfect way to start the
I
day.
know the feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, because during COVID, I took the shots and I actually got so sick the first year after the shots. Like, I got measles actually.
Which
Yeah.
shot from which company did you take? Because that's important.
Pfizer.
Oh, fuck yeah. At least you didn't get the Moderna ones, the ones that give you all the weird cardio, that not the cardiovascular disease, but the thing that like shuts down your brain, the blood clots and shit. Because they actually make it past the blood-brain barrier, because that's kind of how that works. But yeah, Pfizer was like had a different. Like, what's it? Even to this day, do you have like kind of long-term damages still, or?
No long-term damages because I've done some
Okay,
water
right.
fasting, so that's been helping. But like I took like 2 vaccines before that to prevent measles, like through my childhood. So it's like I Google it and it's like 0.1% chance to get measles. So it's like there's definitely some correlation between the shots and the sickness.
Yeah. I actually saw a lot of the people I work with that were forced to take it as well. It was that made me really angry, because all these people took it, then collectively all of them were in bed, or like bedridden for multiple days. And it's yeah, I wasn't there at the time, but then I actually got there and just to like check up on how they were all looking, and they were literally all fucking red-eyed in bed, not being able to function. That's like there's a level of your humanity that touches that you didn't even know you had, if that makes any sense. It's like this feeling of dread mixed with sadness and rage. It's like that's what that felt like. To see that done to my people.
Yeah, I mean that's what I felt like too. Like I could definitely feel a difference the first year after getting the shots, and it makes me so angry that they kind of forced this on us, because I needed to travel, and then therefore I needed to take the shots. Otherwise, I would not take them. So yeah, totally agree with you.
Yeah. I mean, everyone's gonna like deal with the response in various ways, and some get lucky, some don't. And a lot of people are forced to take it, which is the issue. I mean, if it would have worked so effectively, then why did everyone have to take it? You know, because that's not how that's not how any of that works, right? Like, apparently, you care so little about the people who are getting, who then get infected without the shot. Then why are you so hostile to them? What's going on here? You know. Oh well,
Yeah, it's
still a
fair.
very touchy topic to talk about. Something I don't even really feel too confident about talking about still. But you know, oh well, it's fucking 3M YOLO.
Yeah, I want to switch topic back to simulation theory.
Certainly.
Again, Jörg.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I wonder, like, hypothetically, if you wanted to reach Elon in some way because you know something about simulation theory, how would you do that?
Well, try to compress it into as okay. It's kind of establish yourself first. Okay, think about it this way, right? You're trying to basically convince a person who knows about simulation theory of a different alternative. So you have to kind of package that into a take that is like probably less than 280 characters or maybe more. It just has to be very well formatted and very explanative in the way that it's just good compression, lossless, well parsed, and then that just you kind of use X as a signaling system. Like whenever I wanted to know anything in any regard, I think like, is this something that Elon could actually answer? Or is this actually something he'd be interested in? And then I'd send it out there and 9 times out of 10 it'd actually get a hit.
Yeah, like I have a message that I know he will respond to, but it's just so hard to get the message. Like, from what I'm thinking, like you need to get close to the people close to Elon, but it's so hard.
Yeah. It depends on what the message is, what exceptional things you could do with that knowledge before. Yeah. 'Cause
Actually,
you need
actually,
proof of
I
concept.
tried to reach out to you in like March, but I guess my message got in a spam bot or whatever. But could I share some information with you, Adrian?
Certainly. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll just shoot another DM so it.
Actually, I think I can see right now because it's like a request. Then, oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank
Okay,
you.
cool. I mean, I guess you'd have to like send more.
Actually, do you want to jump on a private call with me sometime to talk
Sure,
more about
yeah.
it? Yeah. Perfect. All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah. We'll see how that works out.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this? Everybody's like engagement farming with Grok. It's the funniest thing ever. Let's see. Oh, what's this? Da-da-da. Oh, okay, I see how that works. Interesting. You know what I've always found fascinating about the crypto scene is the marketing aspects around it. Like, you have to be really good at marketing to like make something go big. So that's why I feel like a lot of people waste themselves in it. Like, you have all this fucking potential. You know, you can like legitimately, you get fucking funding from not just average people. Like other people are in kind of a similar business. Can you imagine like what you could do if you did this business legitimately? Like just get out of it and just do something else. Find your fucking coffee maker startup or some bullshit, and then just fucking run with that. Like just fucking get out, do it. Yeah, leave it all behind and start again. Do better. I don't know, just random thought. Of course, like new, I guess, or potentially there's some merit in it, but yeah, so it's always going to be difficult. God, it's been one of those days again. I don't think I'm like ever going to catch a break. Literally, it's day 2, and I'm probably only going to sleep 3 hours this time. So yeah, cool stuff. And I still have not made my food yet, so I'm gonna make my food. I'm gonna end this fucking call. So begin again tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're probably going to discuss a little bit more about Grok with this man named Saint Pierre, who's also known as Nick Floats. Really good dude, really awesome person. Deals all that image generation, very objective takes around reality, of the reality being AI. So yeah, good stuff. I respect him a lot. So that should be fun. And yeah, the space itself is called The Conversation. We shifted from the information space, turning it into The Conversation, because I feel like the specificity is just right. Because imagine like you're in the speakers and you're in the listener section, you get pulled up to speaker, and you just hear the words "Welcome to the conversation." You know, it's like you're in a conversation, and now you've been welcomed into another conversation. Like it's just crazy.
Yeah,
nice meta. Perfect. The conversation. Yeah. Also interviews. My interviews all register conversations now as well. Because I feel like it works. Because that's kind of what it feels like. An actual conversation. Oh yeah. Speaking of, Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern, got a fucking thing coming up with Alex Stein 99, who's like probably the biggest IRL troll you can imagine.
Let's end this conversation and call me immediately. Simulation Theory 101.
Sure. The fuck is this?
Tron Abel.
Well,
Alright. See ya.
you sure? So pondering to what the fuck is this? 2028. There's a Grok share now. What does this guy do? What the fuck? Oh, dude, that's peak. Anyways, I'm gonna go. See you tomorrow.
Good night. Good night.
Yeah, there's an interesting light speed limiting factor on the universe where basically the more you accelerate, the more energy you have to put in. Does that actually kind of feel like the same thing that you literally feel in your brain when you try to go beyond a certain fucking RPM in terms of like your words? So it's like words per minute, but it's like it just continually accelerates like you're on crack. You have this moment where basically the ability of your brain,